Vishwasaya Sadushitam Dharma Samstara Panasaya Sambhavani Yugi Yugi. Today, the says, whenever there is decline of righteousness,
Saying the right side, right? Yes, we have already. You could just keep it just the opposite side.
Good day.
Get it facing so. Just thing, you could
Facing also. No, it's okay. I just want to talk. I just want to talk. Then you can face outside.
I do forgot to see you.
No, I don't want to. I want to thank you.
All right, but okay, see you.
Yes.
Pleasant good afternoon. I'd like to ask everyone to please raise your hands. We're joining together to offer a prayer in these trying times. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. آمين. In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful, O Allah, we ask Thee to look with compassion on the whole human family. Take away the controversial teachings of arrogance, division, and hatred, which have bited our hearts, broken down the walls of love.
Hold next week.
It has separated us.
On them and
It has separated us from humanity. Reunite us in the bond as we work to seek your pleasure and your protection. We seek your that in your all nations places you may join peace in humility, peace and harmony. Lead us from lead us from
that's a good thing blocking it.
lead us to hope. Yes. Guide us from darkness.
Blocking the
Oh Lord, as we be to let peace fill our heart, let peace our world, let peace into our universe. Let us breathe together as we pray together. to build one world together. Let us all enjoy justice as we pray today. Such love we pray for that will make a bridge from heart to heart, hand to hand, and we pray, may love find a way when laws are blind and fear has beaten down. May love break the chains and give us strength to our ground. May love make a bridge that wins yet unable to run. May this love, O God, creator of mankind, may this love lead us all unto righteousness, equality, and unlimited humanity. Amen. 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 Thank you very much.
All right, we have the. Yeah. All right, beautiful. Well, one thing we have to do that I think we're blessed. We are blessed. We go to prayers, and we have gathered in our numbers. You could have been anywhere else today, but you chose to be here. Please give yourselves a round of applause. Please. Right. So let's clear the air because people have been asking questions, and I think it's only fair that we clear the air. Number one, we're not here to form no new party. But it seems that everybody who disgruntled and who upset is being engineered by their ego and is partying in the only party. We're not thankful. Two, this is not a talk show. From this, action will take place. Let's make that clear. I didn't leave my room. I didn't ask you to leave, simply talk. And when it's all said and done this evening, we simply go home and we realize the reality is we are still governed by people who don't care anything about it. So we didn't come here to no talk show. You have many questions. Folks who are not here today, there was a special prayer we had for them. I guess I will conduct it. Father, those who felt that they were too big to come here today, please let them buy a chicken for $3,000. That should be the price. Let their parents here late at night asking, why do I have to go to bed hungry? Let them stay on the bread line and suffer. Father, forgive me, but I only mean you made me in your image, so I can only express how I feel. But that's the reality. Because they will come and complain to you and whisper in your ear that thing, where were you? I didn't see you push back 1, 2, 3, or 4. Where were you? You stayed in your comfort zone. Where were you? You found that the party card in your pocket was only good enough for you to just stay above water, but now you're drowning and your family drowning. So understand that you came out today because you realize there is no comfort zone. You realize that when it is that you have to hold back food, you and your spouse, just so you're trying to eat from that pot, to understand what's happening. You understand that you and the man you feel emasculated and you see what's happening. So many people with a psychological trauma because, hey, you feel less than people, you're sitting in the house, you hear your wife show, you hear your church complain, and you feel helpless. So you came out here today. But for some reason, there are those who felt that they didn't have to be here because it was not sports day. But if they get him a costume and tell him jump up in his son, they are no problem with that. Taking back against government, it will be like us. They will take a buy costume for next year. While we facing the reality of the supermarkets, they will need to compromise. The same master, I understand you took me outside and you're tidying up the tree and you whipped me until the skin off my back fell off. But there's still a big excuse for master. Master was upset. He didn't mean it. It is something I did. When you start making excuses for your oppressor, that's the real reaches. And Like the you want to hell and gasoline still paper. So we have the blessings of the day. We have the weather shining down on us. DJ, let us ignite. And that's right. That's the feeling. Because we understand that together, united, we are more powerful than any one individual. Attention, people just starting party lately. One I went to the opposition leader and she ran him. She had a right to run him. He came and he said, Muslim leader. And in 9 months' time, or no, 90 days' time, they'll have to call an election because I have a mark to bust. Now, I want you to understand how dangerous these people are. This is not a casino. You don't know the dice on the lives of people. If you want something to remove this evil government, it's not something that you negotiate with. You remove them. This is not about you making fight over this. I am to do that. Because everybody out here understands that's why they're here today. We're not looking for any savior. And we're not looking for anybody who is going to do something to take shit. We're not on that. Understand something. The revolution is taking place because every revolution is taking place. You are the one taking responsible. It is you. And it is our business to handle. You don't want to compromise management. You cannot have all, you cannot have wider country better and you continue to have a peace. You should not compromise on that. I'm not talking about I know here. And what's important is that we don't have all our stakeholders. Every time they have the kind discussion and the political buffets, but if we take it and make it reality, we are never welcome as political. So we're moving away. We have to take our this is our business. And we don't take the compromise today. And we don't take the I want to hear you. We make this thing happen. As of today, you are not a stakeholder in this country, and you want to make sure that when it goes up, you benefit. When it goes down, the more willing to fight through and there, have your interests at heart. But don't fight to myself. We fight for we the life out of it, and your friends, your families, and your finances, getting everything. Are you telling me that I have a great successor? It's like the Miami for the best. Only their friend must go to Disney World. Yours must stay on the beach and smell that filth. And ask yourself as a stakeholder, do you deserve more? Do you deserve more? You are a stakeholder. Say it with me. I am a And remember that, because we're going far with that. Remember that. Folks, I want to bring to the stage a man, a businessman, a philanthropist, a man when you go to him with any idea, especially with local culture, he's always willing to accommodate. A man who will tell it as it is. He don't mind putting his hat in the ring because it's always for the interest of the people of St. Joseph. Folks, he's always there. If you go and knock on his door, very, very accessible. Please, please push back, family. Edinburgh 500, make some noise for Mr. Errol.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. That was me, everybody. It's good to see you. It's good to be here. I thank you so very, very much. Today being the birthday of Hanuman, to the Hindu community, I say Hanuman Jayanti. A very good afternoon. Yes. Today being the number 13 in the holy month of Ramadan, I greet all of my Muslim brothers and sisters in peace. Assalamu alaikum. Ramadan Mubarak to all of you. Today being glorious Saturday, I greet all of my Christian brothers and sisters in the name of the risen God, in the name of Jesus Christ. Good afternoon. You know what? Today we're going to talk, we're going to think. I want to hear from you, and I want you to hear what I have to offer. I make some notes. Usually I, as a fella, like to talk from my head and my heart. But if I have some things I don't want to forget. Because we are all involved in so many, many different things right now. But the most important thing we need to be involved with as a people is closing our ranks and becoming a single unit. It is the most important thing we need to be involved in today as a people. From time immemorial, we've been taught how we are different to one another. Long hair different from short hair. This skin different to clean skin. Big nose and different to straight nose and slow nose. Who was enslaved different to who was indentured. Who get jabbed different to the unjabbed. Yes, who from small island different to who from big island. Who going to heaven and who going to hell. You understand? Which religion is the only way and the next one demonic. I could go on, my friend. But how are we the same? How are we similar? How are we like each other? That is what we need to concentrate on. That is where we need to find our commonality as a people. We have to see how we are the same. And from all of the people gathered here today and all who are joining us on social media, all who will join us looking at the video after, how are we the same? We need to find that common ground. And you know, struggle has always made us one. Struggle has always made us one. But we don't one when we struggle. We can be together in the time of plenty also. And we have to work towards bringing those times to ourselves, those times, and to continue to be one. And we have to practice it. Yeah, we have to practice. We have to work at it to get good at it. What you spend the most time doing is what you get good at. Whatever we spend the most time doing is what we get good at. Who are the basketball fans here? Who can remember the great Chicago Bulls? Michael Jordan, the greatest that ever walked on the court. Eh? You know, when the great Chicago Bulls had a game, they would practice. They had to practice. When the great Muhammad Ali had a fight, he would train, he would practice. Usain Bolt and this great Jamaican athletic team, rigorous training. Going into war, the greatest armies have war games. They practice how they're going to do the fight. They have to practice. If teams of any kind want to prevail, they must practice, practice, practice. Why is Errol talking about all of this? Well, I believe we need more than ever right now to establish Team TNT. We have to establish Team TNT. I feel there's need for a well-trained, well-exercised, well-rehearsed team effort for Team TNT to prevail. Nobody could challenge the fact that Team TNT taking a trapping right now. It feels like there's nothing we could do. We feel like sitting ducks. I don't know about Oli, but I feel like a sitting duck. Food prices beaten me. Fuel prices beaten me. Violence beaten me. Corruption beaten me. Road rage beaten me. Schoolyard violence beaten me. Classroom fights beaten me. Poor leadership beaten me. A dwindling economy is beaten me. An absence of forward planning is beaten me. Disdain and disregard for the working class and the poor beaten me. We are sitting ducks. A sitting duck is the most vulnerable, exposed, most helpless place to be. And that, my fellow citizens, is where we have found ourselves as a nation. Anybody can do us anything, and we have little or no report. And that is only so because most of us do nothing because our party is in office. And when the others do or say something, it's politically motivated. But
again, here we can see how people are weeping by the means of loyalty to political partisans. Sitting ducks. You know, I Googled it this morning because as a little fella, I used to watch a lot of westerns, and sometimes they get trapped in a what they call an ambush, and they say to each other, "We are sitting ducks." Well, Google says it means a person or thing with no protection against an attack or other source of danger. But I'm putting it to you that a team that has not been practicing is a team of sitting ducks. And Team TNT, we need to get together and we need to start practicing. We need to start flexing. We need to start our own war game because there are battles ahead of us. Yeah? It matters not who is in office. It matters not who is in office. That makes us sitting ducks prevail, then our status as sitting ducks should be told. System makes us sitting ducks. The most risky noise in this country. The most recent noise. Rowley is something. Really? Rowley is something. I remember not too long ago, she gone. Where we, Team TNT? I'm not going. Eh? Quack, quack, quack. Sitting ducks. That's what we are. If Team TNT, our efforts are only to get rid of Rowley, include me out. There are much more noble and much more lofty goals for us to aspire towards. Rowley, as unfortunate as his existence may appear to some of us, is a demonstration of how urgent the need for change of a system of governance is. This is not an academic 9.12 change you're talking about here. This is a change that we as people have to be front and center of. The days of waiting for a savior to lead us out of bondage long gone. Them days in the same days with Tooth Fairy and Santa Claus. So if you sitting there and fail to elect John, we go fix the Tooth Fairy and Santa Claus still. There's no savior. We have to take us out of this thing. We can't. It can only be achieved if we are one. The battle can only be won if we are. So Team TNT, let us get into training. Let us separate ourselves from a battle that we cannot avoid. We cannot avoid this battle, so let us get ready. Let us take an offensive stand Our best defense is a stand of offense. So let us begin the training. We have to practice doing things together. As we are told by the taxi drivers to stay off the streets on Tuesday, let us be a part of it. Let us stay off the streets on Tuesday. We have to practice doing things together. Some of us must go on the streets, and if you have to go, we understand you have to go. But if you can be a part of it and you can find out to stay off the streets on Tuesday, stay off the street. We can do anything. We can bring about any change as a single unit. If we want bank charges removed alone, all we have to do is stay out of the ATMs for a week. We want bread prices to be low. We want bread prices to go down. Go buy new bread for a week. But we have to be one team. We have to. We want the parliament to hear our voices. We must all turn up in Woodford Square. When they come outside, they must see hundreds of thousands of us. These are the trials. The trial runs, the training runs for Team TNT. We need to make our demands when that time comes. Right now, we are making no demands. We won't get anything.
Of course, some of us agree with each other. But it's not about who. It's not about who. It's about working.
After the primary objective, working together has to be a primary objective. We have to get accustomed to that. So many of us
By the Syrian community, the 1%.
do not react
They stand together. They work together. Yeah, we can learn so much from them. They're born in Trinidad and Tobago like you and me, but working together with their own, working together, they develop their economic might. Don't vex for them for that. Learn from them. They have done this using our own income. Your money and my money for them there. Our divisiveness. Going not together. And that's what they do. They do not stick a gun in our face or a knife in our back. We are the greatest, sweetest, most creative, righteous people in the world. I can say that to impress everybody. I believe that's about the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. That is my belief. I've seen it. I know our history. I know the first broadcast originated in Trinidad. I know television was covered and invented in Trinidad and Tobago. I know the astronomers who were looking at the sky to find the magnificent planet and to draw the first line of longitude was in our observatory in a village named Laventille on an island in Trinidad when they went and discovered it and went back and saw that first line of longitude.
I know the oldest evidence of human existence in the Western Hemisphere was found on this island called Trinidad. I know that this Banwari woman predates the Pyramid of Egypt. This is where we are. This is not an ordinary place. And we are not ordinary people. And we do not have an ordinary battle.
Let us be one team, a formidable, unbeaten team. Drivers want to
choose to kiss them sport. We need for fuel prices to stop rising. We all need that. Taxi drivers are going to stop rising. We must not stop the fuel prices. Let us out of the banks and the ATMs from one day. I say that next 22nd. We have to we don't close up the bank. We want to hear our voices. We want them to feel our friends. We want them to hear our voice. We want them to feel our presence. practice, we have to practice. Yes, thank you very much, Mr. This is putting the thing together. We have to do things together. Listen to Robert Station. Watch Gaia. Listen to social media and find out what we're going to do, when we're going to do, how we're going to do. Post it on your Facebook, share it on your WhatsApp, share it on your IG, share it on your TikTok. Don't just use it to forward and back and hand. Use it on your channel. No longer sitting there.
In particular, the party to make unity, a new republic. God bless you all. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for your participation. I love you. God bless you all. Absolutely. Please, around everybody to understand. We want them to have a big country. Imagine the banks coming to your home. Imagine the banks coming to your home. Coming to your home. When you tell them I have a training hand. The banks telling you people don't have money, but don't owe us. They're coming to your home. Trinidad and Tobago. And you can Google it, you check it. During the banks in this country still banks with a profit. The only banks that made a profit right here. Understand? We don't have the that era was we should. When a bank customer look back to the 5 million you gotta make a system that's time. You go back even before the opinions. How many of us here ever said that to me? How many of us? None of us. But there are those who have privilege. The reason why they monopolize every economy because the government they while the rest of us feel as though folks coming to the kid, man who's good, very good. Put your hands together. Put your hands together.
All right. Good afternoon. Okay. Mr. Robert Amar, team, union, brave action. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Once again, I'm going to speak somebody determined to defend from medical to marching autocracy. We are a nation lost for cowardice, violent crime, political sociopathy, politically curated racism, and now vaccine segregation and prejudice. For those who are still the future of our country. But if we fail our challenging citizens to demand integrity and culpability from politicians and we choose to persist with a gullible and serious mindset, then the state and its actors will grow increasingly sociopathic, manipulative, and dictatorial. This is what we have before us today. For those with ethical insight and humaneness, it is exasperating that it appears content with the bundling of the COVID-19. Is there anyone here who's done a good job? Tragedy. With over 2,711 deaths per million persons. Do you know that? Do you know that? Trinidad and Tobago has the highest death rate per capita in the world.
Since June 2021, over the last 10 months, which encompassed the Delta outbreak, our country has had the most catastrophic death rate globally. During the November
2022 period, our weekly death toll per capita exploded. And this came at a time when the government had fully enforced vaccine-based segregation. Let me repeat that. State zones which have vaccine, a form of vaccine-based segregation in restaurants, entertainment venues, sporting facilities. It mandated the shot for education, and most institutions adopted a policy of vaccine coercion and inducement. We endured protracted business closures, the humiliation of outdoor masking and vehicular masking, wearing a mask with your wife in the car. Humiliating. No other country in the world did something like this. We endured mass forced inoculation and deprivation of in-person schooling for children longer than any other country in the world. Are you aware of these facts? Is this audience aware of this fact? That we have kept our schools closed longer than any other country in the world. We have the highest death rates in the world. The Ministry of Health and its agents can contest this data. Please, I'm asking them to please contest this. Right. By November the 20th, we were registering 146 deaths per million per week. No other country with a vaccine uptake between 45 to 55% had a comparable death rate in Delta. In fact, at that time, the average fatality rate for countries with a similar vaccination rate as ours, which is 50%, was just about 15 deaths per week. 15 deaths per million per week. We are at 146 deaths per million per week. For those paying attention, it was becoming increasingly clear that many countries, regardless of vaccine uptake, were escaping this devastation. Many Indian states like Uttar Pradesh or Goa were able to rein in their death rate by over 95% within 2 months during the Delta outbreak, even though their vaccination uptake at the time was just 5%. 95% reduction in deaths within 2 months in India, even though they only vaccinated 5% of the population at the time. Is anybody alarmed by this? Is anybody enraged by this? Uttar Pradesh adopted an early outpatient testing and treatment strategy, which also employed ivermectin for both treatment and prevention. That's just one of the therapies that they employed. Nigeria, with a population of 206 million, has to date only registered 3,142 deaths. Nigeria has less deaths than us. Many Central African countries have kept their death rates to a minimum, despite minimal inoculation. Even Jamaica, right in the Caribbean, which has an uptake of about 22% inoculation, they have a death rate that is 1/3 ours per capita. 1/3 ours, Jamaica. We are an embarrassment. Once you see this data and you acknowledge its reality, you can't unsee it. How can densely packed cities like Lagos in Nigeria and Delhi in Uttar Pradesh overcome COVID so quickly with no social distancing, minimal vaccination, and no serious mask enforcement? Self-evident studies or what I would call public antibody surveys in Africa and India showed that most persons had already been exposed to the variant and the virus was indeed in high circulation.
However, natural herd immunity sets in without forced mass vaccination. Furthermore, Omicron never had an impact in these countries. Are you hearing about any major Omicron surge in deaths in Africa or India? It's not happening. This is not being covered by the mainstream Western media. It's not being covered by all media here, which has a duty to cover this data. With such a catastrophic fatality rate in Trinidad and Tobago, and evidence that this deadly outcome was not inevitable. The deadly outcome in Trinidad and Tobago was not inevitable. The state refuses to take responsibility for its ruinous COVID-19 policies. It refuses to seek help from administrations which have successfully been managing COVID-19. And it was steadfast in following the failed WHO treatment and mitigation policies, which are a manifest disaster both locally and internationally. Citizens endured the harrowing ordeal of waiting for up to 2 weeks for a PCR test, deteriorating at home, during which time they received no meaningful medical care or monitoring, and were treated with nothing but Panadol. Is there anybody in this audience that had a death in their family, a neighbor, a friend? Everybody's touched by death. Families helplessly watched as parents and grandparents were taken away in an ambulance, many never to be seen again, as if they were boarding a train to Auschwitz. No visitation, no contact, and even when a loved one died, the body was held by the state until the family paid an extortionary price to have him released. Have we experienced this? In a final traumatic affront, families were not allowed to view the face of their deceased loved ones before burial or cremation. What evidence is there to suggest that COVID-19 is being spread by the deceased? What evidence is there? What kind of senseless, dehumanizing cruelty have we endured in this country? Will this stop the spread of COVID? Patients seeking care for heart attacks, stroke, cancer, asthma, and other common emergencies were held in close proximity to COVID days in outdoor facilities, without bathroom facilities and so on. You're being kept in tents with COVID patients. Not surprisingly, you're waiting for PCR tests for days outside in a tent with a COVID patient. You're going for a heart attack and you're waiting for days. Not surprisingly, stories abound of people going to hospital for an unrelated condition and then contracting COVID and being registered as a COVID-19 death. Today, there is no transparency from the government. We cannot discern who has died from COVID and who has died with COVID. We have no idea. With nearly 4,000 registered deaths, the government has made no effort to acknowledge this national tragedy or provide any compassionate outreach to the thousands of families who are presently grieving. How does a mother who lost her husband and primary provider make rent to continue to feed their kids? How do you feed your kids? Many people lost their jobs because of enforced business closures, and for 2 years, children have been denied in-person schooling, forcing parents to remain home to supervise their kids. How do families which are already struggling financially and socially because of COVID-19 austerities cope with the loss in the family? The people are traumatized, grief-stricken and fearful, and there is no comfort to be had from the state, which has the audacity to boast about its COVID-19 management. Remember that they said that if another variant hits the shores, they will lock us back down. If I could deviate from scripture, are we aware that the public health regulations have in place provisions for medical segregation of the society, that safe zones are still within the public health regulations to be called upon once the state declares a public health emergency once again? Are we aware of this? Is it just us aware of it? That's what I'm asking. Is it just we are aware of it? There's no remorse, no realization that people are suffering, no acknowledgement that something went terribly wrong. The public health intervention is a deadly embarrassment and failure. Where are the other doctors? Where is the rest of the medical fraternity? Why is there just I am here? Right now, would be of the less virulent Omicron. Omicron is here. Open up now. Every sensible person knows very well that the vaccine does not slow or stop transmission of COVID variants. And there's no way to hide the fact that the majority of people who have contracted COVID in the workplace and even at home are fully vaccinated. They're even boosted. Even though we are fully aware that no one is more or less of a threat to another, we are being boarded by the minister to segregate each other. Segregate based on vaccine status. The minister advised families to ostracize and scorn members who refuse the injection, even if that individual recently recovered from COVID. You recovered from COVID, you have natural immunity. The government is telling you to scorn your family members. But as Omicron superseded Delta and the deaths have plummeted, the government's constant fear-mongering is irresponsible and harmful. Omicron has a death rate 1/10 of Delta. 1/10 of Delta. That is why the death rate went down. The death rate went down because Omicron has superseded, has replaced Delta. Now is the time to get Omicron and get over and have natural immunity. Importantly, and let me send a message. So this, we have set up a monument here. We are a nation in mourning. If we are not a nation in mourning, we are callous. But let me give you some good news. Do we have them? Well, some of the presidents didn't come, right? Okay, come. Importantly, as primary school children are preparing to return to school, the Ministry of Health must act responsibly to allay parents' fears about COVID-19. Students, parents, and teachers must be truthfully informed that COVID-19 has caused minimal morbidity and mortality in children. Let me make that clear. For some perspective, whilst other common childhood pneumonias like strep pneumonia and respiratory syncytial virus account for 800,000 deaths yearly in the pediatric population, pediatric gastroenteritis accounts for 500,000 deaths yearly internationally. COVID-19 has only accounted for about 13 to 15,000 deaths since the beginning of the pandemic in children. There is absolutely no COVID-19 emergency in children. In the United Kingdom, they registered about 30 deaths since the beginning of the pandemic. And the survival rate is about 99.95%. Let me read it. 99.995% survival rate in children. The majority of children who are passed due to COVID, they succumb to a serious comorbidity. They were children with cerebral palsy and so on, not healthy children. The ministry must not use parental anxiety to drive vaccine uptake in children, especially since many responsible and knowledgeable parents, such as myself, the parents here in this audience, know that the Pfizer mRNA vaccine has not been adequately trialed to establish long-term safety or efficacy against variants. To be clear, because the mortality rate of children is less than 1 in 500,000, the vaccine's ability to prevent transmission of Omicron falls, let me quote again, this is New York data. It falls 12% in under 2 months. If you're vaccinating your child to prevent transmission to adults, your vaccine efficacy against transmission or its ability to prevent transmission falls to 12% in 2 months. Injecting kids to these, exposing kids to these emergency use products is simply unethical. The manufacturer working in concert with the WHO has seduced politicians internationally, including our government here, to use these products. And they have spent millions of dollars in funds to combat what you call vaccine hesitancy, which is actually propaganda funding, propaganda, fear-mongering, and paying off the media to not cover events like this. We can't get the message out because the media has been muzzled, they have been gagged so that the population can take truth. Parents in law, such as ourselves, the poorly trialed and deeply effective mRNA agents are not even a faint consideration. I will not never consider this for my child, never. When the state deny my child an in-person education, the government is going to try, let me make it very clear, the government is going to try to bring this vaccine into your childhood schedule of vaccines, immunization schedule. They're going to try to slip it in because they cannot understand that this vaccine is different from measles, mumps, and polio and tetanus vaccines. They cannot understand that. They do not understand and they do not want to tell the public that the vaccine trial is carded to end in February 2024. Carded to end in 2024. Understand that this government, unlike every other government, the UK, India, America, we have locked down our children in March 2020. Do you remember that? Your children can't remember school anymore. We had no COVID deaths in this country at the time. We had maybe one a week, one every few days. They lock our children down. We have denied our children the right to healthy socialization, sports, play, and school feeding. Even though this age group is the least susceptible to becoming seriously ill or transmitting COVID-19, even though there is full proof evidence that this had not had any meaningful impact on COVID-19. I'm telling you, we have the highest death rate in the world. Did knocking down our children have any impact? Didn't have any impact, but it damaged our children psychologically. You damaged our children. Only Trinidad and Tobago punished children in this manner. The government holding children's education to ransom on the condition that they to return to school? Is that why they have been locked down for 2 years, 25 months? Is that what they had in plan for us? Would any state be so callously indifferent to the developmental and educational needs of children and so maliciously coercive to achieve the ends to vaccinate? What conditions were signed in the pandemic treaty between this government and the WHO? What were the conditions signed? What was the contractual agreement between Pfizer and the COVAX facility? What are they signed? Is the children a means to a numerical goal? Are they just trying to get 60 or 70%? What is going on? I'm trying to skip forward a little bit. Wake up, Trinidad and Tobago. Wake up. Do not succumb to irrationality, ignorance, and fear. A sinister and manipulated psychopathy pervades our society, where compassion and the 98 of our citizens, we have been treated with indifference and coldness by state. Not a minute of reflection or a moment of respect. Our families must grieve in silence as the society pretends that this catastrophic tragedy, this travesty has never happened. And now our reopening of schools will be met with a revived campaign of fear propaganda, a fresh batch of mRNA shots for kids coupled with moral persuasion. It's being brought to you by teachers and principals. Seductive social media marketing and even food-based coercion and manipulation. The COVID-19 Transparency Advocacy Group saw it fitting that we commemorate the deaths and we mourn the deaths of nearing 4,000 citizens. We take the government's statistics at face value, but we know that the devastation to life and the devastation to us cannot be expressed. We've been taking it around the country. Each river there's like one person. If you have suffered, we commemorate you. We remember you. We mourn for you. We mourn with you. In fact, we are mourning as well. Thank you so much for your attention. You can come and you can sign on the.
All right, a round of applause again for Dr. Sivaram, please. And as you mentioned, the right of being, you can go, you can sign. Every ribbon, of course, signifies the death of one of our citizens, one of our loved ones. Very, very sad. We must never forget that it was basically the mismanagement the COVID pandemic. COVID had its job, but the government was to ensure that we not be vulnerable. That is the reality. For those of you asking about the toilet facilities, we have one in the pavilions right here, and there's another one across to the right of me in the other section. Next, we bring up on stage one of our activists, a man who has been to all the pushbacks, a man who is a uniting force, speaking to the young activists, everyone, getting the information out. Please, pushback family, put your hands together and welcome Edward Moody.
My brothers and sisters, to the chairman, thank you, sir, Mr. Amar. To every single activist out here who have been doing this for you guys. I have been standing up against the oppressors for over 30 years. In the last few years, I have taken it to another level. I know that when they are in opposition, they look for me. But when they are in government, they say, be careful. Be very conscious. Because I am not on the future for this. I want to tell you something. Go home. And why can you no? The COVID, I remember saying, where is the religion? All the people, there was none. The government and the doctors did not have a clue. And we know that it was wrong. The doctors support. Said no. The key to getting over COVID is early treatment. I stand here to testify 2 months of I got COVID. Dr. Syria was the state and Dr. Smith, my people over there giving me advice on their own. And they're on there starting to tell you that COVID-19 is a critical condition. Where my brothers in the National Trust? Where my brothers in the National Trust? Where? Because this is our country. This is our local parents to here. To reach where we have reached, sorry, that was 2 years ago. Right now we're doing a deep dark hole. And we have to come out. You see that brother standing there with that cup? He was one of them who got locked up with me for pushback. And we are waiting. I have everyone here trying to make the peace with the police and then lock him up. For making peace, so they'll be waiting for that. Where are you having him? Today, I decided to talk on the failed healthcare system. As a first thing, I decided to brave everything and come out here in your son. But you see this? I'm feeling sick wearing this, so it will fly like a chicken chunk kite today. Today it will fly like a kite. Let me give all some experiences I have. The family is 18. I am from deep south, by the way. 3 heart attack patients went in. 3 of them that I know I am. Imagine how many people you know. 3 heart attack patients went in the Para Health facility and they were sent to test for COVID. Imagine an emergency. A heart condition that has to be treated at the same time. You send those people in the COVID test. They didn't Some facility right next door to us. They were in school for many years. Governor came and said to build a school. They turned it into a step-down facility. Because after that step-down, you're going in the cemetery. My uncle, John Rivera from Murga, was doing good. They sent him into that facility. The next thing we hear the man dead. A step-down facility. How could you put a man who is getting better in a step-down facility and then boom, shot, he dies? You know, it's not that they want to kill we. They want to humble them. But we are not going down so, brother. You see the whole NISSU? You see the whole healthcare system? It is geared towards getting rid of the old people. You want to kill them because they know from the time you retire. All the money you put in, you want your just grow. So they want to bust on your throat now. And that is the first. Experience I'm sharing here, and I know every single one of you have. The hospital, the oxygen were done. $5 billion spent on the healthcare system. You hear what Serum said? Serum said it was spent on propaganda. Yes, that's what they do. The only hell oxygen could run out in a hospital and right point Lisa said that they put in the oxygen in bottles. How that happened? A man came out of the hospital and he said to me, Moody, I had to close my eyes quietly while they turned off the oxygen in a brother bed next to mine. But because let me mind all the procedure. My family in the hospital, the doctors or the nurses will call and say, Edward, your family is not doing well. He is going down. There's nothing we could do. But we have to pull the plug. He is past the stage of coming back. Do you understand? Or you only call your God if he dead and the body downstairs. That was it. They cut off oxygen, they cut off the machine, and they left your family to die like dogs. San Fernando Hospital. Sorry, we have no drugs today. See that, people? Sorry, the shipment from India, the generic, not working drugs, it didn't come in as yet. Because it was not working good. What do you think about that boy? Huh? Who was in the class today? Who was in $5 billion. All you see I need to hire any new nurse. All you see to hire any new doctor. They're closing down the step-down facility. But right now in San Fernando General Hospital, they are saying to the patient, sorry, we wouldn't be able to see you this week because things getting rough. What the hell did you do with those doctors and nurses? What did you do with them? $5 billion. The nurses and the doctors are getting so frustrated that they are now standing their anger on the patient. Those who have the experience will know what I mean. Oh, if you was vaccinated, you stand a chance. What is this, a blasted lotto? This is a lotto only take people like me. When I got COVID, I told my family, if all you make a mistake and send me in any public health facility, I will haunt all of them while they die. I rather still not die. What they was doing there for me. Because I took early treatment. I was on ivermectin 6 months because I didn't know how they with my brothers fighting the cause. Right? I was taking my vitamins, I was exercising. I got COVID. You know when I got COVID? When I Muhammad House, I decided to kill me for the Ivans. I went to life with my kids. Cannot buy the house. And I got COVID. But that is okay. Because you know what I'm calling on the health system for today? I want to be tested. I want to be tested to show how much resistance I have to this COVID-19. Why do you not start testing people who have COVID? You start doing it. Let me tell you why. Because anytime the proof comes out that people who have COVID are resistant, that will pour a whole straight to the thing. We are going to deal with COVID-19 and show holistic medicine. You think the doctors will study whole day and whole night and never light a bushfire and never raise a one? The ones that screw me up right now. The injection. That's all you know. Holistic medicine is the way to go. You all notice the herbalist stepping up now. You all notice the medicine from your grandparents' days. You're looking like one, you notice that? Because common sense is prevailing now. Quran tells you, many of us do not veil over our eyes. And it's only when you, from your heart, want it removed, only to get it removed. There are many people today who have sight, but no vision. None. Many of us, my brothers and sisters, who are unvaccinated, and you made the mistake and your family took you to the health facility, you all were treated with scant courtesy. You were disrespected in the most horrible way. You all have been paying your NIS and what have you, health surcharge, and there was no benefit to you in those hospitals. I want to point out somebody here for you guys today. Last week when we unveiled that memorial, and we asking all the people who died family to sign the name on it. Last week that was unveiled in Cuba. I brought a young man on the stage and his brother, and they said to me that their father was killed in, what hospital it was, brother? Augustus Long Hospital. The young man is right here today, from Murga. Right here from Murga. So they started treating this man. They said he was neither improving nor was he getting worse. In other words, we describe that condition as stable. Stable. You know what they did to that man, father? You know what they did to that young man, father? The doctor said, we're going to do some more tests on him. They sedated the man, put him to sleep. And 12 hours time he was dead. This is what these pictures have done to us. That fella has no father today because of the other thing and his clip of Bollywood. I have taken him and his brother on the knees because they need somebody to stand up father figure for them. But I want to ask all of you out there, I don't care if you have $5 or $10, sometimes it's not about the money. Sometimes you need to find people, because if all of us fighting it, there are many people out there who are suffering, and I am asking you today, find somebody out there who's now an orphan, a little child without a mother and a father because he was put in the hospital, and help them. Stand with them, walk with them, and teach them. If you are suffering from any disease in Trinidad and Tobago and you're accustomed going to clinic, you were told 2 years ago, don't come back, we will call you. They cancel every clinic in this country. Every clinic that the poor man would benefit from to live, it was cancelled.
Let me give you all a personal experience. A young lady, 8 years old, did triple bypass. And when she put in her heart, it got loose. Therefore, it did not work. The doctors made it clear in Miami and in Trinidad that every 3 months she has to see a doctor to determine how much this mesh is loosening in her heart. You know what? The phone call was last month. Guess what? We can't see her this month because things broke up. We have too much to do. Do you know it is the will of God that has this child alive today? If this child suggests that there's nothing that the public health system is ready to do for the children, it is a waste of time. Another case last week, a niece of mine, she has a rare blood condition. She was told at San Fernando General Hospital. And I'm going to tell you guys a little more about that. That because we have a so-called increase with children with COVID, we will not be able to see her as often as we should. Now, this is a child with a rare blood condition. Guys, my time is almost up. It is up. But I want to leave something with all of you today. I am very emotional. It breaks my heart to what is happening to my brothers and sisters. My children will never be vaccinated. And it is their choice. It is their choice. Because I have taught them weak. I want to say something else. The next move I am hoping to see, where you will bring out your neighbor, your dog, your cat, and everybody else. That we need to march from Curate to Parliament. We need to bring that on. Thank you all and have a blessed day.
Yes, indeed. Thank you. A round of applause again for activists. Yes, Edward Moody. I agree with him 100%. The next move is a big move. This, of course, is a united platform. Again, I want you to give a round of applause to all the speakers, everybody who's coming to address you today. Coming up next, of course, you've heard this from Monday to Thursday alongside Robert Amar on More 104.7 FM. She's a social activist. As a matter of fact, she was just coming from a tragedy that took place earlier this morning, right here in this area. Please push back, family. Edinburgh, put your hands together and welcome on stage, Ruby Jen.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chicago. Today is a kind of day. I am Ruby Jen, and I am happy to see that you all are ready. You all are ready to take back our country. We are gathered here. I have had some bad news this morning. One of my very new clients that she just registered to my domestic abuse platform. Her life was taken away from her this morning, from her husband, my husband, and he took his own life. This was not a new thing. This was an ongoing thing, and he was a serviceman, a Coast Guard in our Coast Guard, Trinidad and Tobago. And there have been reports. This is a horrible example that our authorities are turning a blind eye to what is happening with our women, our men, and our children. As of today, we have 10 children
10 children losing their lives in and around their homes. We are gathered here to highlight some major issues, some in which the government of the day is promoting and others which they seem to ignore. Domestic abuse, domestic violence, abuse against children is one. By now, all of us gathered here are aware of the dangers of the so-called COVID-19 vaccine, especially for our young ones. And we are willing to fight to death to preserve our children's future. There's a lot of other issues which the government seems to ignore, in some cases use victim-blaming strategies and dismiss their responsibilities. I will speak on the major ones today, not to take up too much time because there are issues to be raised by other comrades. Comrades, we must against domestic violence. Many of you must have recognized the rising movement amongst our women lately. Today, we hear that we're pushing back another one. We cannot stand idly by and ignore and in our hearts say that we are good people, because evil prevail when good people do nothing. We will continue to write social development ministries. The office of the Prime Minister, imagine that, the office of the Prime Minister, which holds the Gender Affairs and Child Affairs unit. We will continue to urge them to advocate for the victims and the friends and families of those victims. We will continue to ask them to speak out and demand necessary counseling for both parties, male and female, because I always say that I recognize that male are victims too. So we can do large surveys and identify the root cause of this problem that is escalating rapidly. And we should use strategies to force the social ministry to do their jobs, because our taxpayers' funds is allocated to these ministries. Comrades, when I heard our Honorable Prime Minister say that he is not among your men of choice, and he is not in your bedroom to choose your men wisely. Right there and then I knew something had to be done, especially those with a nationwide voice. And I, for one, will not sit idly by and ignore my fellow women's cry on this issue. There are other issues, yes, we know, like inequity where justice is concerned. Too many times we've seen favoritism where justice is concerned. In this country, if you have money, you can buy it. It seems, if not, proper smoke your pipe. You just have to take whatever and cool it. Well, I say, and I know you say, enough is enough. Enough is enough. As I address you today, the founder of the First Wave Movement and I, along with other members of the First Wave Movement, we are creating a platform where your voices can be heard in collaboration with my platform, Domestic Abuse Platform. We have lawyers that will assist in seeking the justice that you are entitled to in order to bridge the gap. Of course, we will need you warriors on board, because the way I see it, if we don't unite and fight, we will perish. They will continue to divide us and win. This cruel governance, when I read our stories of injustice, iniquity, it's very hard to stop the tears. But guess what? The tears won't help. We must unite and push back against this tyranny, or else we are doomed. So comrades, let's continue to fight the good fight. Let's be our brother's keeper. Let's unite and continue to push back harder. Stand your ground and push back. Thank you.
A round of applause again for Rudy Chen. Praise our using God. You're looking wonderful. You want to push forward as you see the rain, but we are blessed indeed today. Coming up next, yes, this is definitely woman power. We have recording artists and social activists. My body, my choice. You know that. My body, my choice. Pushback family. Edinburgh, please put your hands together and welcome on stage Miss Trisha Henderson.
In the name of the Lord, my God, praise the people. They have them today. And all of them, I want to say, my heart goes out to you. So today, I just remember flippers and things. I ain't come to pretty up nothing. I ain't even come to stay long. I just come to tell all you what we are faced with right now. So today, I'm about to speak about choice. When I started my body, my choice, I just walked. I made a decision some nights before, and I said, Trisha, you have to be a part of the change. Not the ones that standing up behind the curtains and peeping. No disrespect to you, because I was one of them. I remember seeing the union fighting for the refinery, and I was one that was looking at them on television, but not knowing that it would affect all of us. I made a decision that I am not going to allow mandatory vaccination. Trisha, you need to walk. I walked, not knowing where I was going to. But ladies and gentlemen, today, I am here speaking to you because one step. There is nothing more powerful than a made up mind. We all have some primitive to face them with. The country's in a mess. Let's get real. The police service get us to wait for their time. They're in a mess because they're getting come on, you got there what I've already worked for. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, I speak to you. They come protest. But you see the rights, the responsibilities of these officers. Get ready to jump out. Make that choice. My body, my choice. Yes, brother. I tell you today that a lot of men before us, great men of money, Marcus Garvey, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, Nelson Mandela, would have fought for the peace and the freedom that we No. I tell you, brothers and sisters, they can't come back. We want them to come back and fight and exploit us. But they can't come back. So you know what's going on? The ancestors, you know why all of it is today? Because the ancestors wake up something inside. And you know what? If you don't want to know, well then you got to know, because I'm going to tell you that you are the chosen ones. You are the ones that was chosen to continue the relay. Are you ready? Are you ready? So you know what? Malcolm walk, you running. And he reached a certain time where you have to fight the only battle. You're going to take it. Are you going to take it? Because now our legacy, our children, our lives depend on it. Somebody say yeah. Fight for your family. Fight for your children. Fight for your children. Listen, I'm sorry if I'm sounding like very kind of thing. I have to go just now into the man behind me, but I have so much to share. Because I need all the people. Let them know that if they can't do each other, can't sign of faith. We have to take back our country. And not yet give them what it was. And then we sit back and we do nothing at all. It will continue. Do you want to live a life of misery? A life of torment? Oh, you want to look what's going on to its children. So they realize now that the child will not take to the parents. So you're going to tell it to the children. If you don't want to take it, you're going to give it to your children. Oh, you're going to give it to the children. Oh, you're going to give it to the children. Yes. And they can't wake up. And they can't wake up. They can't see rest sometimes. They can go on the clock. Lady dad. And they will go. I can't wait on. Somebody is here. All right, so my closing, ladies and gentlemen, the Bible says that the battle has already been won. Do you believe that? I want all of the victory. 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 It's not enough.
Oh, that was powerful. Please put your hands together once again. Mr. Hamilton. Yes. Sacrifices that we fight, we will pay the ultimate price. Like I ain't like when you push back going. I say, well, you ain't go like this. Because we ain't talking about ketchup and mustard and KFC. We ain't talking about things that are irrelevant. We talking about what is right. But you see, what I want to hear is that I have a problem with Roger. I have a problem with Ansett. I have a problem with this one. My biggest problem is the people who sitting right now in office. That is it, full stop. There's nothing beyond that. all the policies and all the programs that have been oppressing us for the last 7 years, guys, you people have no problem with it. I can't tell my children, and they can't tell their children that I did nothing because I didn't like what Anastasia said, or I didn't like what Comrade Roger said, or I didn't like what WT. I don't have time for that. It's not about saving our country, and we need to stop making excuses. You came out here, many of you coming back here saying, my goodness, I can't remember your name, anyone. Even the Indonesian. Let's go away and stakeholder, stakeholder to nothing. Stakeholder stand on. Because each and every individual here is a stakeholder. As of today, our interest lies in the business of running this country. And we will not be deprived of that. We will not be. This is what us. This is our market, our business. So when people tell you, you know, and you know the talk, you could spot them a mile away. You see me, as long as I am my God, I go. What God you have in your hand? And you living like that, and you condone this nonsense. You see me, at the end of the day, what we going to do? I will tell you what we going to do. We will come out here. If it takes us back as stakeholders, guys, what we going to do? Well, you know how the thing does go. I don't know how nothing will go. All of it went in the past, that is the past. The past does not equal the future. So I understand why we're here today. We didn't come here for sports day. We didn't come here to drink rum in the sun. We came here because on Tuesday, they want to tell us that we must accept the fact that every single economic aspect of our lives are going to be at a higher price. And we must make deeper in our pockets because they are disconnected out of strength. How many of you sitting in that cabinet that has refused themselves to so many times have had to tell me that a woman has to compromise her sexuality to go on life because somebody wants to know she back. She doesn't feel like killing. How many of you feel emasculated that you cannot provide for your family? How many of you had a loved one that died not because of COVID, but because of mismanagement? And if they can't connect with that, then we have to put the power on them. We must. Coming to the stages are now, yeah, man, this man I have like Valentine. Courage, like, I mean, I can't even start to talk about. This is a man people is just look up at day and come about. This man don't stop. This man don't compromise people. We're talking about police wave movement. We're talking about that man who was holding the flag in the front and make sure that the message is sent. Pushback family, Edinburgh, put your hands together and welcome. Yeah.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. I seek refuge in the Almighty God from Satan the outcast. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I begin in the name of Almighty God, the most gracious, the most merciful. All protocols observed, but I want to say a special stand out to my brothers and sisters who were pushback one and was arrested. The heroes that pushback men. Can't begin without saying hello to those guys. I also want to invite crowd, those of you who have lost loved ones during this pandemic. There's a piece there on the side that is awaiting you to sign the names of those persons you would have lost. A tragic end. But don't worry, my brothers and sisters, we will prevail. Sunday 13, 2022 marks a pivotal time in the history of Trinidad and Tobago as it relates to the government's COVID-19 pandemic mandate and the call to discontinue the wearing of the face mask by the leadership and the membership of the Girls' Day movement. Citizens of Trinidad and Tobago being advised to do so by government health officials who claim that the facial masks had a role to play in reducing the spread of COVID-19 virus. Even though there was no data proving this claim to be true. Nevertheless, citizens began wearing the face mask, acting in good faith, while believing that the face mask may help protect themselves and others in some way. Some citizens, however, did not agree with the idea of constantly wearing the face mask, which led the government of Trinidad and Tobago into creating and implementing laws in record time when compared to the usual unhurried approach in lawmaking process in Trinidad and Tobago. The Public Health Ordinance Chapter 12, Number 4, which forms part of domestic legislation, sought not only to regulate the wearing of face masks, but to literally shut down every possible activity involved in the lives of citizens. The critical mind will deduct that these regulations may not have had anything to do with COVID-19, but instead, it seems to have been created to actually control the entire livelihood of citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. Further to the aforementioned, there are numbers of anomalies in the existing system. A number of international medical experts are releasing data and scientific papers that prove that mask wearing is not only effective way fighting this and many other respiratory-related viruses. The Brown Institute is one of the institutes that's leading the charge and shedding light on this matter. There are now over 150 comparative studies by experts on this matter, indicating the harmful effects of wearing those masks. Additionally, there has been constant abuse of power by government officials and extremely obvious double standards. One classic example was the taste of something where videos have been circulated from events that showed no social distancing, and many of the participants were seen with mask and their party without fully consciousness. On the other hand, citizens of state who seek to speak out openly about government's mismanagement of the country's resources and the pandemic, devastation in the public healthcare system, the effect of government's decision in their lives, which the Constitution of Trinidad and Tobago reiterates this God-given right to human beings. There is a heavy police presence, existence mask wearing, and even worse arrests being made by using these arbitrary regulations. On Saturday, 12 February 2022, an interfaith service was held at Farmers Park, San Fernando. There were numerous police officers present and socially distanced attendees had to sing very simply the national anthem of Trinidad and Tobago with masks on. While that very weekend, patrons in a carnival set held at Maple Lagoon made front page of the national newspaper, Maskless. The First Movement has therefore taken a position to remove face masks and to challenge the false premise under which the government of Trinidad and Tobago created these regulations and continues to subject citizens to these regulations when it is convenient to their agenda. Listen to this, my people. During the days of slavery, as we know it, the chains was placed on your hands and on your feet. Today, they have removed it from your hands and your feet and placed it on your nose and on your mouth. We cannot breathe. We cannot breathe. They have injected it into your arms so that they can incapacitate you and whatever you wish. Yesterday, you could have broken the chains and run away and hide. Today, you can't run and you cannot hide. I paid $5 for this mask on my way here. I'm going to attempt to burn this mask. Because this word of this mask, this is what got us where we are today. Compliance. We complied, and that is why we are here today. That is why we have over 3,800 kids. The only thing that can get us out of this, is one compliance. It's 20 degrees. But if I can't find one, I will just burst the door. Yes, and everybody in the crowd is invited to come here when I deliver this presentation to do the same and put it in that bucket. And if you feel you can't do that, wear it behind your head, because that's the rightful place for that mask. Let us move on. When you build a new home, listen to this carefully, my brothers and sisters. When you build a new home or you buy yourself a new vehicle, you're proud of it. You feel a sense of joy and comfort. Your toil and hard work would have paid off. You would have accomplished something. Ownership. Now you can show off to others the different features of the new property. You will now try your best to preserve and perhaps improve, if need be, your newfound treasure. Let's now see how we can add some context to this. My country, your country, our country. This beautiful twin island state of Trinidad and Tobago, once rich in sugarcane, cocoa and coffee, rich in oil and gas deposits, the largest fish lake in the world, the oldest rainforest in the Western Hemisphere, the largest brine coral, the largest roundabout, the home of the steel plant Calypso and Nimbo, the land of the hummingbird, the only bird in the world that can fly backwards, the most beautiful woman in the world can be found right here. Janet Perry Commission, the first black woman to win Miss Universe in 1977. Giselle Jolie Marie Laval won the Miss World in 1986. Nicholas Griffith won the International Rescue Title of the Miss Universe in 1999. Where is Guy Griffith? Guy Griffith is here. Mr. Robert Amar. Was Gary Griffith invited? Was he invited? Yes, he was invited. But I'm not seeing him. What can we say about Trinidad and Tobago today? What can can we say about ourselves today? There's an old Turkish proverb that goes like this. They say when a clown moves into a place, it does not become a king. When it moves into a palace, it does not become a king. The palace becomes a circus. Be careful who you invite in your home and who you give easy access to. No matter how in control you are, it only ever takes one clown to destroy everything you built. Do we have any clowns in here? Who are those clowns that destroy the palace? Who are those clowns that destroy the TNT? Moving on. There is a correspondence I received from the aunt of one of the child of Captain Syria, together with some voice notes. Reference will be made to those voice notes in this letter as I go. Assalamu alaikum, greetings. These voice messages are between Zaira Mohammed, a Trinidad Muslim woman volunteer, and a young boy who is her best friend's son, Khalid Hassan. He is 4 years old and is held at the Al-Hols camp in Syria in very inhumane conditions. Like Khalid, his mother was affected by the war and indiscriminate bombing by some Western nations. He's asking to be returned to his papa, Sheikh Anwar Khan. Khalid from the recording outlined that this, although he wishes to leave this bad place, as the rats are taking his food, and now there's no water, and his mom has no money to buy food. Given the situation in Ukraine, the conditions are even more worse, as food is on a shortage. This matter was sent to the High Court in Trinidad, and they stated they have no laws to handle such cases in Trinidad and Tobago, even though these children are dying. Similar like the Paria situation, leaving men in a fight to die. One lawyer also said, bringing back kids like that will lead to an insurgency or a coup. Sir, I have worked in Patterson International Publishing Company for 10 years or plus. I have asked you to please kindly check the edition of the law book that you are using, for you cannot base such judgment and theory for the drugs. For instance, I cannot say the child is from a hotspot, he's a criminal. Moreover, Khalid asked me to take him to Kamutu Barak to train at some minister's children there. He said, Auntie, I needed a pair of slippers and I would like to go to the beach with Papa. The situation is heartbreaking. Heartbreaking. I will not continue the letter because of time. But I want to quickly go through my ending part of my notes here. These children have been suffering in Syria and Iraq since 1917 in those humiliating conditions. Today when I look at you people here, I see a divided people. Don't get me wrong. When I look at you today, I see a divided people. But because you are here today means to say we are united. No, we are together, but we are not united. In 2017, we begged and are still begging for the establishment to bring back these children home. Trapped in Syria and Iraq under subhuman conditions. No food, water, no mommy and daddy, no hugs, no kisses, no toys to play with, no blankets to shield them from below sub-zero temperatures. When we ran in and cried out for help, no one came. We said to everyone, what if it were your child? We are still waiting on you to respond. Some of you are wearing the mask. Some of you are not. Some of you got injected. Some of you didn't. Some of you took your kids and gave them the job. Some of you didn't and would never do such a thing. Some of you watched in horror as your loved ones died after taking the COVID injection and did nothing about it. Some of you looked on in disbelief when our children showed up with neurological disorders and heart failures after taking the COVID injection and are staying in your comfort zone and will do nothing about it. While some of us are fighting tooth and nail every day to stop it. Are we united? Some of you come Tuesday
will go and fill yourselves with petrol while some of you want to protest. But what the finally may say, he raised us once. He raised it again. And nobody had protest. Well, he will raise it next year in April. And he did that. But you know what he also told us? He also told us that we have to protest. That's what he told us. Some of us are saying that we remain silent while there is no accountability and arresting the gruesome murder of our four divers at Tarim. Some of us against sit still and silent and watch in dismay as our National Security Minister and our Coast Guard allowed the crew aboard the MDPH to drown and die. Miserable deaths. Are we united? There is so much more horrible things that is happening around us. The response to these and others by our political party begs the question why the death in silence when it comes to the rights of our people. Our current workers are still begging for their lands, which government is leasing themselves to capture votes by reassigning the civilians who are surviving the tyranny. Their capture lands to fulfill the nation, their workers will show their difference with the place. As you remember, the tyranny workers wouldn't vote for the PNM. The Petroleum workers would. So that's why the tyranny workers can't get the land. It's the same. We're not against no one getting land, but principle is principle. What have the political parties done? Instead of uniting us, they are dividing us even more. They fuel the flames of segregation and apartheid. We don't need another party. What we need is for the ones already holding power to do their jobs. Simple, let's do their job. Please, why do we need another transport association? God, we have enough of them doing absolutely nothing already. This has nothing to do with fighting for the people's rights of people, except to build your party base. The PDP, you campaigned on free choice, but when you came into office, you did exactly the opposite. I am wondering, what are you campaigning about now? We've seen you looking around here in Trinidad. Are you here to divide or unite? My brothers and sisters, comrades, my family, I'll leave you with the following quotes from the scriptures. In the Quran, chapter 5, verse 2, help you one another in virtue, righteousness and piety, but do not help one another in sin and transgression, and fear Almighty God. Verily, Almighty God is severe in punishment. And also in the Quran, in chapter 3, 103, and hold fast all of you together to the rest of Almighty God, and be not divided amongst yourselves, and remember Almighty God's favor on you. For you are enemies one to another, but He joined your hearts together, so that by His grace you became brethren. And you are on the brink of the pit of the fire, and He saved you from it. Thus Almighty God makes His verses clear to you, that you may be guided. Corinthians 1, verse 10. Now I plead with you, brethren, by the name of our Lord, that you all speak the same thing, and that there be no divisions amongst you, but that you be perfectly joined together in the same mind and in the same judgment. He who experiences the unity of life sees oneself in all beings, and all beings in his own self, and looks on everything with an impartial eye.
This is from the Bhagavad Gita. When Arjuna was on the battlefield before war, having a conversation with Almighty God that took the form of Lord Krishna. And I end with this one quote from our brother Ravi Ramdeen. Unity of all beings starts with just one small group of people who are aware of a situation that will strategize to educate others, to fight for equality, unity, and justice for all. Unity is strength. Thank you.
A round of applause for our brother, Brother Omar Abdullah, and the Philippines movement. Beautiful. Unity is strength. For the scattered showers, but hey, that's not going to deter us from continuing. Psychologically, we are prepared for Tuesday. And once we push back hard, trust me, the narratives will change. All of a sudden, they want to hold a hand. I'm going to make sure that they hold a hand on everything that is not right for us. Belmont, it's a pleasure to have you. Victor Roberts, Miss Santa Cruz is here. Oh yes, much love to all the ground reporters, all the stakeholders. And don't forget the stakeholders, it's back. We are back. Yes, indeed. Folks, coming up next, we have a man, you hear me, on the ground report. He holds down the fort. He's always there. You can depend on him. When your head hurting, call the big word man. Word man. The man who can define and redefine and put things in perspective. We're talking about the man who has given his heart, his soul, his everything to the East-West corridor. My colleague, my brother, my associate. Folks, you know who I'm talking about. The Lavington especially know who I'm talking about. The man who's always there when it comes to corridor transformation. Edinburgh 500. Stakeholders, push that family, please.
Welcome to That's a name, that's a name. This is a lovely, lovely evening. Welcome to thank you for introducing a bit of First, and of all the people so far, I'm telling God to come and allude to one thing. And I am not about circumlocution, meaning that roundabout talk. I want you to, when I look at it, you guys immediately and you tell me, because the women in the country, they could talk about opposition, the one. Those who talking about opposition and who want to keep them down. Or those who talking about government and they want to keep them down. We have a government, however, that believes it on a landslide. 82 seats out of 44. Sorry, 41. You see, I've given them a so I know that they more. And just landslide and a the opposition passing behind, but just 2 more seats, and surely they would have put the table on them. So therefore, what is the problem today? Monday we are expecting to have what? Rising gas, and therefore every single thing in the economy, your way of life, your social and economic fortunes, especially will further down. I say, repeat, will further down, deteriorate, and create a spiral unprecedented that you and your children, not just your children, you and your children, if we do not take stock and ensure that this is we are going to, of course, even get WWE. So I want you to say, with me, I will try to get them concerned. But one thing in this atmosphere, one endpoint in the atmosphere, one dangerous and easier is in the atmosphere, and that is I want to show you the company. Yes, I want to say right, I just do Raventel 9. I really suffer. Raventel Like I said, Lavington owned the CNN by virtue of our loyalty in 1986. Understand that. And if it is that the leadership of the country this government ends up eating. I know yes, I'm wrong. Oh, so I want you to look at the gentleman on the podium. I want you to look at him on the stage. I want you to look at him. And I want you to wear the documents in his hand. Show me the documents in your hand, sir. Show me the documents. Show me the documents. You have to make it show me the documents. One is about certificate. The next one is about certified. Another one is about, I think, something of what's a visual to that. In fact, number 8. That I've heard too many people say that nothing is happening. People report that talk shop, pushback committee that talk shop, central sensibility that talk shop, and all of that. Of course, all the time, if they would compare and listen to what they were saying all the time, you would think if you compare with the legal system, for example, and how long a case takes to be completed prior to the third, or indeed adjudicated. And in that context, I want to blow your mind tonight. I want you not to think. I want you to understand that if only one thing, this government is a partner, and if you, and the more of you that would have been here and intended to be here, even more so. I never, the company gave work man to women for one time. They would have had a great degree of trepidation. Of trepidation. And therefore, I want to tell you in brief because I only get 10 minutes. I said that it's only 5 so far I've consumed. But I know nobody will begrudge me for taking the next 5 minutes. Okay. Okay. Like everybody else said, so yeah, right. I only have 2 numbers. There's one reason that you might have just in the interest of time. Let me just tell you. Truly, freedom of information are one. Our letters to the International Criminal Court, our communications with making movement, our connections, and our connections with the Prime Minister office in relation to the I want to give them your right of the responses, not what you said. The responses. And the shit will make you laugh. I tell you, especially one time by yourself, so of the beautiful way that is a consummate and all of the things. And some people don't like to use it, but it's probably appropriate to have. Yes, it is. Because of the thing that's alone. The speech that's been, and somebody mentioned, the email, and it got me extremely annoyed. It got me vexed. She is talking about the love of disrespect to women. I told him, Mr. J, and somebody also, of course, alluded to the fact that when he was he started on something I can never forget what was the second I know in Germany. But what he said to them, you can't find the I'm just going to say what money to take. What money to take.
about the party, you know, Kenny Watts. It's not about the political leader. I am saying, of the leader, as a political leader, as a leader of the UNC. And at the end of the university, I have some disconcerting feeling as well as a disposition, meaning that I have concluded that the women in the PNM clearly are either collaborating, meaning coming together and so on, and the expect that you're really throwing all over the place. I think listen. How much you expecting to that? Yes, indeed. How much you expect? You have to be telling them. But some people say that I have been able to fight. Just let me tell you one response to a check assess. It's a effect of a small. Everything about these. See the biggest commenting in Iraq. And let me read the answer for you from the Prime Minister's office. And it was one of course, because I have limited time here, but I have no limited time on the corridor transformation tonight at 8 o'clock. You catch this today. And let me tell you what it says. When I asked the question, the Prime Minister's office said, the office of the Prime Minister was not aware of that. I know that you understand. The office of the Prime Minister was not aware of business, and at the time he campaign. And instead next week, then expect to be further in the news. With respect to me to move back, and with respect to what I'm going to say, what I used to say on what I call the organization, that you just like to put on the financial exhibition. I'm going to say, I will say that it's the licentious of the last. It's licentious of the yes, folks, around the applause again to the man. Lennox. And come on the stage. Man, the whole team can go. Let it be known we have no insurance coverage for anything else. Please be careful. So, we bring on stage now a man who has always been raising the issue when it comes to environmental issues. He has always been out there talking about what's been happening as far as the refinery and all the effects that it has had on our food supply. Please put your hands together and welcome businessman and social activist, Mr. Gary.
Good evening to all the beautiful people who took time to come out here. Special thank you to the most powerful radio station the Trinidad has ever had, and to all the people that have worked so hard. Robert Amar, his example to us, it's unbelievable, an inspiration to all the leaders who have come out here today to speak. Special warm greetings to the message of Arrow Stadium, families, leaders, citizens, patriots, welcome all. My message today, always try to make it a little different because, quite frankly, I don't like to say the same thing twice. So you can imagine how hard it is to talk about the difficulty of life in Trinidad, the cost of food. We can't break the cycle of inflation. We blew, and we continue to blow wealth that God has blessed us with beyond any nation's dreams. We continue to elect people who do not love us. They get into power, whether it's ketchup or mustard. In my respectful view, they do not love us. They love themselves and their party first. We have not created a nation of Trinidad and Tobago. That's why I asked the brother to come here today with me, to come up here. Because I met him and he has a sign and I feel so strongly about it. I'm here to talk about procurement, but procurement is how we give away everything. By paying for it at 7 times more the value, like they just did with the national security to buy millions of dollars in face masks. Those like face masks that cost 50 cents to import, they sell it to them for $10. Ministry of National Security, a new political party, coming to us with slippery tongues. But when he was there, he navigated the purchase of face masks under the procurement radar, because if the value goes up to a certain value, you have to comply with the law and tender for it. But if you only buy a little 100,000 every day, you could pass it. That's how they beat the Tenders Act. So when they're buying goods and services for your hospital, where you have to go and suffer for hours, they could make the tender, and the person with the best value would get the tender awarded to them. But they would never get the supply authorization, because every week they could buy $75,000 in emergency supply. So for the year they spent $20 million in bandages that cost $1 million. Who paying for it? Who paying for it? I have 20 points I wrote here. I don't know how I'm going to make it. I have 15 minutes, Robert saying, grant me 20. But my first point is, who are we? Who are we that we don't feel outraged? Sometimes my hands are shaking. I'll slam and break this podium because I get so outraged that we, as a people, we have song, dance, take to drink, and we forget about it. I turn out my hair. Who are we? Why don't we feel? Have we so lost ourselves that we don't care about our own selves? I put my second point is that we can't find ourselves. We have to go on a soul search to get back to ourselves, to our essence. Bob Marley is my hero. No one can free ourselves. It's inside. We have to do it. Today you're going to hear Michael and he says after me. Last time he spoke, he made me cry. We have leaders here. Why are we not supporting them? Two brothers in the back, they want to fight. One is saying that Kamala better than Rowley, and some Rowley better than... None of them is good. They're operating in a corrupt system. The Constitution allows a dictatorship. The Prime Minister, whether it's yellow or green or red, is a corrupt dictator because power corrupts. And the Constitution allows them total authority. But we're not getting a new Constitution. No, Dr. Robbie promised it. When I get into power, I will amend the Constitution. Kamala says, don't worry. But they get into power and they forget. They didn't forget. They enjoy the dictatorship. They decide. So they could fire a man from Maracas or in Tobago. They fire Mr. Warner in Tobago because he drew down $51 million of a $55 million contract to build a library. But he didn't finish the foundation. So they fired him. Orville London fired him. And it was a convenient fire. Where's the penalty? A man drove 51 of a $55 million contract and didn't finish the foundation. But he got fired. No, we got rid of him. He got fired. And he ran away with $51 million for $3 million spent. Where are our leaders? They're here. Look, the leaders right here. All of them here. but we're not supporting them, we're not giving them the love that we should give them. My first solution is find yourself, and in finding yourself, find your leaders. Get back your sense of feeling, your passion. Oh, we'll see that. My second message is that we are feeling our family. And so we are feeling ourselves. We are beating our children. Who beat your children? You teaching them what Rowley is doing to us. He beats us. Every day he beats us. He mimicking us. On my own phone, he called me jackass. Because that's really thing. You spent $82 million to paint over the president's house. And all you're drinking cocktail and celebrating it like you did anything. They ain't changed the floor. They ain't changed the roof. They ain't changed the door. They spent $500 million on the Red House to change the doors. And they're proud about that. People say, but great national head. So I tell them, I send them on WhatsApp. I have all of them on WhatsApp. I say, what's my key? Why do you do that? Well, this celebrating should be shamed. I thought this is great. You like me, jackass. I'm not a jackass. I'm a citizen of this republic like every one of you. And if it was you, they might follow you home like they took my phone. So I want to call on the religious leaders. I want to call on every person over 60 years old. You are now the elders. You cannot escape your responsibility because you are failing us. I am failing you. I am 63. And for 25 years I'm knocking my head on why can we not get together as one people? Forget here my father and grandfather is here and they was poor as dirt. What difference does it make? You want to shoot me? Okay, shoot me, but take the message home. We need love. We need unity. We need to embrace Kamala and Rowley. Embrace them and speak to them with respect and care. Appeal to their humanity. Appeal to all of the best instincts in the worst of us. Because each of us have something good in us. We can't hate them. It's going to backfire. I want to thank the World Health Organization, Dr. Fauci, and all of the criminals who should be hung high in a public square. I want to thank them for creating this disease that has already killed 35. Because without them, we would not be here. Without them, we would not have been so vulgarly woken up from our slumber to understand that there's a conspiracy to keep track of us, to follow us, to take away our money if we oppose them. We must follow Mandela and Gandhi. We must follow Martin Luther King. We must follow Bob Marley. Find our prophets, find our leaders, dignified resistance, in unity, all together, as one. Let them come fast now, because they are coming. They are coming. The Israeli came here, and I tell you, Dr. Rowley, with great respect for your brilliance and for your position, you must not lie. A liar is a thief, and a thief is a murderer. The Israelis came here and set up systems to monitor all of us who they want to track. Manning did it. Manning did it. My phone was taken off, and Kamala went in Parliament and showed the files, 35 of us. So this new world resistance, this new world order, we can only beat them if we stand together. Errol Fabian has won. They come in, like what they did in Canada, they freeze the truckers' bank accounts. The truckers merely drove 3 minutes. So no one is coming to help us. We are there for ourselves. Find your leaders and support them. Share information, talk upon yourselves. Find the way forward as one. The first thing I'm calling for in this new world order, not their world order, our new world order, is no more secrets. We need to know what they're doing, when they're doing, why they're doing, how much they're spending, who they're giving it to, why, what are all the alternative supplies, what they are selling. They sold our beach. The people who built the beach claimed and established to take $50 million to build the water park. Pay them back for the freaking $50 million. Take it back for us. It's our beach. All of the paranoid, these sort of things. All the poor people go there. Any child can go there in the water. The water stays 16 inches for 400 feet. You can't drown there. But they take it away. They put parking for 22 cars and security will come and move you if it's too much. 6 hours I waited to get stitched in a hospital, government hospital, general, 6 hours. I got 5 stitches. Bleeding. They say, sorry, I have emergency. I bleeding. Go in a private hospital, they charge me $1,800. How much poor man can afford that? You have to sit down and suffer in your hospital. Find yourself. Find your leaders. You wait for the bus to come. You wait, you're so late. The bus don't work. Why? The roads don't work. Why? They raise the price of gasoline. They take away regular gasoline. So the fisherman had to pay double for super. So they start using kerosene and diesel. Now you raise everything and double it up on us. Find yourself. Where's the outrage? We don't have no millionaire fisherman. We need a written constitution, and I need you to stand behind me on that. We need back Shagville. We need it back. That is our beach. They could come and build it down here. We need no more people, no more race hate, no more hate, Love your children. Don't teach them to bust their head. Teach them a little upon the hand and the lesson to share it. We need national consultation for every single decision that they are making. Take back the power from them. It's our country. We need new legislation to procurement. Dr. Rowley destroyed the Procurement Act so they could teeth. But I want to ask, my God, how much money do they need? How much? Everybody in Parliament is millionaires. They went in poor and they come rich. Dr. Rowley was working for Neil Massey. But he came out of university, he worked there. Now he's a billionaire. And his partners. It's wrong. He's spending $500 to $600 million a year for salt water. The Carmack family making millions, I'm glad. But we can't even get water. And look how much you're paying for from the East Coast. We're throwing away more than that. Good, clean, fresh water. I just go and drink it. We're throwing away fresh water. Look at the countries are rich. But I'm paying $20 million a year in interest for late payments. Anybody here ever hear $1 million in your hand? 20 million paying interest. Every citizen here could get $10,000 a year for what we pay in one company. It's for free raw material, run through a filter, and they get $1.5 million a day. This is a new era that you must call in. And the era starts with you. Love your children. Don't beat them to death. Protect your citizens. Don't allow them to drown in pipes and drown in timber boats. Demand better. No more beating up on each other. No more cursing Dr. Rowley and Kamala for all the wrong they have done. But let us find leaders and get rid of the old baggage. Let us not repeat it. Like voting people with not our leaders. There are people coming up after me that I must go, and I thank you all for the indulgence of allowing me to finish. I want to hear Michael and he said, speak and there are sorry. Keep it, you do. Keep it. Bless you all. So please, a round of applause again for the man, Gary Abdul. Very emotional. Very emotional. As we continue, we bring to stage now the Vice Chairman of the Community Reformation Network. Please put your hands together for Dr. Roshan Ali. Thank you very much, Brother Chairman. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. May the peace and blessing of Almighty God be upon us all. I do have the moves like Brother Lennox earlier, and I want to burn my one mask like Brother Abdullah wanted to do before. Shavara, are you ready? My name is Roshan Ali, and I represent the Community Reformation Network, an amalgamation of NGOs that have been involved in social work over the last 10 years. And throughout our efforts, my dear brothers and sisters, one thing that we have noticed, whether it has been done, whether we have noticed it through our medical clinics or hamper distribution, or even at the the one thing that we have realized is that the people of Trinidad and Tobago, what they yearn more than anything else is leadership. What they yearn more than anything else is honesty. What they yearn more than anything else is morality in public affairs. My brothers and sisters, before I go on further, let me congratulate Brother Robert Amal and members of the Pushback movement. This is like the Rocky and the Rambo people, but everyone is getting better and better. Pushback 5, here we come. What could I say that has not been already said? I cannot convert the already converted. I will not preach to the choir. We all know and have our thoughts about the vaccine. We all know and have our thoughts about the corruption behind this COVID-19. If anything that can be said here today, one day do not ever forget Trinidad and Tobago is the denial of the civil liberties of the citizens of this country. Never forget the liberties that are suspended behind the dark horses and the dark stream of COVID-19. I traveled often to the United States, and in the last February, March, I was there. The very big supermarkets, the Walmart and everything that I went, you can't even get hand sanitizer. Forget about social distancing. The people there know that it's I want to go down that road. It's not real. They cannot real. How many more must die to prove this thing? My dear brothers and sisters, millions, if not billions, have been spent throughout the length and breadth of this country. There's mass poverty. Just a couple of weeks ago, I was in a house
a boardhouse or two, no disrespect to that family, a family of eight. 8 persons. 8 persons, and there is not a slice of bread for these people to eat. They have got jobs. After these horses have bolted, after the animals have left, they now close the doors and try to mamagai really people. I feel this brother here, somebody really want to talk on the stage. After all the animals have bolted, they now attack the people with the gates. The economy is now in shambles. They are raping the treasury, they are raping national insurance fund. But we are goatish, we are stupids, we are bubblies. I want to use that word at all. The names that they call, they themselves know who and what they are. $500 million to rent 2 tents in Mount Hope Hospital. All of us know the facts. People going hungry in this country. Over 60,000 businesses have been closed. The taxes that they would have collected from small businesses like us would have helped to sustain the economy. My brothers and sisters, we can go on and we can go on. But let us not forget, in that last 2 years or so, that they deprived us of our liberties, they deprived us of our freedom. You know this thing they call it vaccination. It has been the most polarizing issue, not only in Trinidad and Tobago, but throughout the world. Families have been divided, my dear brothers and sisters. You've had grandparents who are not able to see their grandchildren. You've had the sick that has not been able to have themselves visited by the younger one. As we visit the lives of Trinidad and Tobago, people are suffering. I saw a beautiful jersey that someone had. Oh, I think it's the jersey that I have on. And it says, let us be the change that we want to see. The great Mahatma Gandhi said this very beautiful word. Let us be the change that we want to see. We are the government, my dear brothers and sisters. It's time to come this finger here. Let us exercise our responsibility and let us use this finger. It's very important franchise to exercise our right. I am not saying you to vote, my dear brothers and sisters. This bright orange today has fallen up in red and in yellow. When you mix them, what color you get? Here we talk about first force, whether we talk about last force or so on. In conclusion, my dear brothers and sisters, let us take the responsibility among ourselves and decide when that time comes, let us not and never forget who and what deprived us. I thank you for this field and for my dear brothers and sisters involved in the pushback movement. Let us keep the fight go on. Take the care of them. Keep on never.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hussein Ali, Vice Chairman of the Community Reformation Network. So, please put your garbage in the bags that are around. We want to leave this area as clean as possible. I want to thank the good folks who made it possible today, the Pushback Committee. I want to, of course, thank the members of the media who are present, the labor movement. I believe that there has been some tragedy that has befallen one of the comrades. So our condolences to him, that family, on their loss, and of course all the activists and you, the stakeholders. Don't forget, you are stakeholders, and we are back out. We are coming stronger than before. At this time, I want to welcome a man, former independent senator, the General Secretary of the National Student Union Center, NATO. He's a social activist, a man who does not mince words. Pushback family and folks in the front, please. We ask that you not make so much noise as our speakers come on stage. We ask that you respect that so everyone can get a chance to hear. Thank you so much. Folks, please put your hands together and welcome Comrade Michael Aniket. Secondly, comrades, brothers and sisters, special invited guests, special thanks to the pushback movement who continues to labor for justice. And before I say what I have to say, let me extend a heartfelt sadness for the loss of one of our sisters, which would have necessitated the president of OWTU and also the president of JTOM not being here. And I want to take this opportunity, comrades, brothers and sisters, to remind our men folk that our women and our children are our greatest asset. And therefore, we must as a people, we as men must make a determination to protect that godly asset, which is our women and our children. Because women is life. Without them, not one of us will be here. And we have to understand that. And then, keeping with the tradition which I believe in, I want to bring you all blessings from above. I want to bring you all blessings from the universal divine force, which is an energy and a vibrational force, which is within each and every one of us. And when we begin to understand that force, the question of wrongly and all these other things will be by the wayside, because we will begin to understand that the future lies in us and not in any politics. We must begin to understand that, brothers and sisters, as we continue this journey. This journey is not an easy journey, brothers and sisters. This journey is about life, it's about prosperity, it's about health. That is what it is all about. And there's a saying that if you want to solve a problem by the very said people who create the problem, well, then we are mad. Let me repeat it. Those who create the problems that we are facing today cannot solve our problems. And you must understand that. The solution resides in us and in our inner strength and fortitude, brothers and sisters. As you leave here, I want you to leave here with one thing in your mind, that collectively we have the ability collectively to win this battle for our minds and our souls, because this is what this battle is all about. So brothers, I will want to advise you all, and I want to suggest to you all, that family is the foundation of civilization. That is what I have been taught, the family. And we in the trade union movement, we talk about struggling together. Unity is strength. And we grow in struggle. And each one fends for each one. And that is the concept of family from an African tradition. And we begin to lose that sight and that purpose simply because we start to become individualistic. We start to believe because we have a big car or TV or a house that we don't need one another. And that has been demonstrated by the wicked and vicious loss of Petrotrin. And we need to reflect on that, comrades, brothers and sisters, and people who are here today. You know, there's a saying that if we don't learn from our mistakes, we are doomed to make the same mistake. And why the trade union movement was outside there marching, and why the Honorable Prime Minister was saying, for all those who went and get water over the bridge door, let me repeat it, we're not closing down Petrotrin. We must never ever forget that as a people, because it wasn't 5,000 workers that went home, it was 5,000 plus ancillary community people that was affected. And what is hurtful to me, that we didn't learn our lesson. We still went and stained our fingers for those who destroy us. So that those who set out to destroy us, and we continue to support them, how will they look at you as individuals, as people? How will they look at you? They will continue to disrespect you, demoralize you, and say all evil things about you and do all evil things about you. And I want to raise one issue, comrades, brothers and sisters. How the PNM in the manifesto inserted in that manifesto that they was going to close down Petrotrin, that they was going and send all TFCT workers, that they was going and privatize the port, that they was going and destroy WASA, that they want to destroy Legansford. Would you have voted for that party? No way, brothers and sisters. So the point I am making, that the defeat of those politicians is something that they must pay the ultimate price for. And we must never ever forget that, brothers and sisters. We must never ever forget that. Because you see, it is disturbing to me, and I show to everyone, when we were on the vineyard laboring for saving the jobs of Petrotrin, we warned you all that if the reform we could have made money, but some big man who is not the Prime Minister spoke after the Prime Minister and said everybody going home. And today, we have to pay the price of our fuel costs because we are importing the fuel, and our refinery is shut down, and we don't pay attention to that. We were saying that we were warning you all, but no, it was party time. It was a drink by the one shop. It was going to That is our value. That is our system. That is what we believe in. Our inhumanity to one another is what is destroying us, brothers and sisters. And this has nothing to do with T. Crowley, brother. And let me tell you something, and I will sound different to other speakers. We continue within a political system that exists, as it exists in Trinidad and Tobago, a colonial system that has no resemblance to our cultural antecedent, to who we are as a people, then it will continue to fail because we are importing a political system that is foreign to me and you, and that is the reality. So let us start to talk about changing the political system Because if you move Rory and you put Kama, it's the same thing. And if you move them and you put Michael and he said it will be the same damn thing. Because the system is designed to exploit each and every one of us. And that is what we have been talking about, brothers and sisters. That is the deep dive issues that we have to be discussed. What constitutional changes is going to change that reality, brothers and sisters? A system whereby a few people in our society, right, the political elites, the financiers and the business elites, benefits everything. And you know what is amazing? And I want to resonate with you all today from a working class perspective, brothers and sisters. Why we have population increases? In some instances, the academic staff of security, labor college, and all government workers haven't been paid any salary increases. You know what is the most amazing, brothers and sisters? You know what is the most amazing thing? I haven't heard this government or this political leader talk about anything about price increases that affect each and every one of you. But when it comes to our wages, they want to do what? Freeze our wages. They want to freeze our wages. And it's basic economics, brothers and sisters. If your economy is not infused with money, your economy will be on an economic precipice. That is why we in the trade union movement continue to argue that the only thing that will get this country out of the rut is job-led growth and wage-led growth. Because without proper wages for goods and service, what will happen to each and every one of you, brothers and sisters? Ask yourself the question. So that when the government comes to say you free the wages, but all of their friends are getting big contracts to build roads and the road is falling down and nothing happens. Right? Road where there's no need for road. How do you build a road and say you're building the economy when the people within the economy do not have the wages and job security to develop the economy? Think about it, brothers and sisters. Think about it, brothers and sisters. Let us begin to understand what is involved, because we do not want to tell you. You understand? Because when you send one worker, it's not one worker. It's a family. And instances, the community will be affected. And you don't understand that. And therefore, we need to stand up as a people against the rise and the attempted rise in gas prices in Trinidad and Tobago. And if you fail to stand up, you're going to eat the bread that the devil made. You hear what I'm telling you? If you want to sit down in all your cushions and in all your bedroom and believe on your work and call someone to work for one and go by the wrong shop or go by the thing online and don't understand that this affects each and every one of you. Because if I cannot work, if Harry cannot work, if Harry cannot mind his family or his children, his grandmother, his auntie, what do you expect to happen in terms of the social flaw in our society? If I cannot mind my children, what do I do? Do I stay home and stand up and watch a hungry child crying for bread in a society where some houses are sick? And I can't get a balanced meal for my child. You are sowing the seeds of crime within the society. And therefore, brothers and sisters, we have a responsibility to stand up for each and every one. If one worker is affected. We are all affected, and we must understand that as a people. We must understand that as a people, brothers and sisters, as we continue in this journey. I will want to say, brothers and sisters, as I take my stand for my tradition, I am one with the first frequency. I am one with the first thought and idea. I am one with the firstborn people, and I am one with the only one. I see, and so it is. We must understand that, brothers and sisters, we have to go back to our cultural roots. We have to go back to our ancestral mothers and fathers for our spiritual guidance and wisdom as we continue this battle, because this battle is not an easy battle, brothers and sisters. Don't be fooled. It is more. It is more. It is more than simply the pandemic. It is, as one comrade say, a pandemic, not a pandemic. And when the pandemic will have taught us, brothers and sisters, the importance of each and every one of us as workers. Did you see the CEO at Washington giving you water? Did you see the Prime Minister or the opposition leader on the thought of loading goods so you can get food to eat? Did you see them at the gas station stop, making sure that you have water? Gas in your tank? Did you see them with the healthcare workers and the doctors who were there fighting to ensure that they save your life against all kinds of odds, where there is no medicine in a country that declares a better Christian? Don't let them fool you. Don't let them fool you, right? Don't get tired with Rowley and them and the masquerade, right? With the putting down of everybody who opposed them. Don't get tired with those tinbonneters and those who believe that they are greater than the universal force and master, because they will fail, brothers and sisters, because there is no power greater than that universal force. And we must align ourselves with those forces in order for us to understand, brothers and sisters. And people make effect. We have to go back to our culture, our history. We have to understand the culture of India, the culture of Africa, and the culture of China. See the trade that is running across it. And then compare it to the culture that we call in our history the Iceman culture. And brothers and sisters, as I continue to say, this is my body. Nobody can tell me what to put in my temple and my body before it is separate, brothers and sisters. Don't ever forget that. And any prime minister and any government and any opposition who supports the vaccination of children, they are criminal. Right? They should be done accountable people of Trinidad and Tobago, because the history is clear that there is no need to vaccinate children in our country. And therefore, brothers and sisters, the question is why? Why is this intestine in trying to vaccinate our children? When in Sweden, during the height of the pandemic, 2 million children went to school, and it's just 0.0% was affected. That is the issue, brothers and sisters. So I want to conclude by saying, brothers and sisters, as we continue this journey, the responsibility for Trinidad and Tobago It's not with the politician. We have to determine the Trinidad and Tobago we want for our children. We have to determine the legacy that we want to leave here as adults. We must determine that it's only we the people, we the community must determine, we the people, we the family, what kind of society that we want. Not the politician, not the church people, not the opposition. It's we collectively must determine that. I thank you. Blessing from above, blessing from our ancestors, mothers and fathers. And let us go back to our spirituality as we continue this spiritual journey. And we are on the side of truth. And the truth will always be great. Thank you, brothers. Thank you, brothers and sisters. Thank you, brothers and sisters.
Of course, the Son of God, I want to get close to the man himself, someone might, and he said, I want to thank the members of the TTPS, outside, and good folks. We've come to that time now this evening to bring on stage a man who shares your vision. He has always been there to support the ground report, going that extra mile. When there are so many business owners in this country that will stay in their comfort zone because they're afraid that somebody might say they're affiliated with this and they're affiliated with that. A man who went to the press conference and told the Prime Minister, hey, Mr. Motley, you said Mr. Motley was part of this team. And of course, in the arrogant way, I didn't Samar, and then came back to apologize to Mr. Amar. Yes, when he comes with facts. He connects his dots. He clears the air. There's no smoke screen, no whistle, no fanfare. It's just raw, undiluted facts. Every Monday to Thursday on Sense and Sensibility. People you know him, you know his family. You know that he has never hesitated to help any cultural movement in this country. And he stands up for what he believes in. Please, push back family, brown reporters, stakeholders, Edinburgh 500, please, respond stage. Mr. Robert, amen. Was that good afternoon? I want you all to do me a favor. I want everybody to come in the center. I want everybody to join me in the center. Come on. Join us. Let's get together. Let's get together. Everybody together as one. That's the right. Who gives you right? Who gives you right? That is what you call a false narrative. That is what the politicians have induced in this country for the last 55 years. You are African. I am Indian. So you belong to one part of the ethnic and I belong to the next. If that is not bullshit, then I don't know what is. This country has no Indians and has no Africans. Well, look at today, I said,
I'm not telling you. And that is where you have to start. Because if you do not establish that you are Trinbagonian and you start seeing yourself as African or Indian, we will stay right where we are for the next 50 years. If that is what you want, hey, I'm a Trinbagonian. If you want to be an Indian, continue to be an Indian. If you want to be African, continue to be African. Those are choices that you have to make without any big consideration. Check your driver's permit. Check your birth paper. Check your passport. I never see African on it. And I never see Indian. I see Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. This country belongs to you. This country does not belong to the politician. Tell the politician, including Rowley, take that and put it where the monkey does put the nuts. It is high time you stand for something. And those of you who fail to come here today, I am disappointed. I am disappointed. You have hurt me. And I'm telling you this. I told you already that if this didn't turn out the way that I thought it should, I'd gone. Don't expect to see Robert Amar pushing any of this game. Enjoy this moment. Because when all you get serious, I will come back. I have a family. I have a wife. I have children. I have a lot of responsibility. And while I want to take on this mammoth responsibility to lead you in a way that you will enjoy your life, you want it. And if you don't want it, like the vaccine, pro-choice. It is your choice to do what you want to do with your life. But it is my choice also to do what the hell I want to do with my life. And I intend to do what I want. No longer do what you want. And while I appreciate all of you, I'm one man today that tried to infuriate me. Who is nobody? Who is nobody? Well, when I'm married, they're not going to be my leaders. Well, when nobody is ready to release themselves in the leadership, I can't tell nobody to show up here. I can't tell researchers to show up here. And I ask myself the question, if nobody shows up here and somebody passes him out because they have a problem with him, that 2,000 murders that killed people. Do you understand what just over there? We just studied the ballistics department 1 year ago, and we can't find no bullet that come out from no dead person that was fired from a gun that they find. That makes sense? But that's what they like. And if you like it, like our old fellow named Rajita used to say, he said they like the rising, but they don't like the put up in the place to say that this is the kind of person or that kind of person. Now, I agree with Michael and he said with a lot that he says. I disagree with him on one thing. You see this? This was written for the purpose of making it fair for every citizen of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. This is the Constitution. But half of you don't know what the hell is inside that here. So let me start by sharing with you some of the things that is inside here that you should have known without me having to tell you. It is hereby recognized and declared that in Trinidad and Tobago, there have existed and shall continue to exist without discrimination by reason of race, it's a wrong word, origin, color, religion, or sex, the following fundamental human rights and freedoms, namely, A, the right of the individual to life, liberty, security of the person, and enjoyment of property, and the right not to be deprived thereof except by due process of law. The right of the individual to equality before the law and the protection of the law. The right of the individual to respect for his private and family life. The right of the individual to equality of treatment from any public authority in exercise of any functions. The right to join political parties and to express political views. The right of a parent or guardian to provide a school of his own choice for the education of his child or ward. Freedom of movement. Freedom of conscious and religious belief and observance. Freedom of thought and expression. Freedom of association and assembly, and freedom of the press. When I pulled up Keith Rowley because he was trying to palm off a dishonesty on the country, and I said to him, but it's you appointed Mr. Motley to lead the Sandals team to give you guidance. He said, no, Mr. Man, take up your terrorism. I know what to do that. And he had to apologize to him. I am the only person in the news that Keith Rowley has ever had to apologize to. No other media house has held him accountable. And that is why today, Keith Christopher Rowley has denied me access to go to all of those media conferences, both at the Prime Minister's residence or the diplomatic center, and also the Ministry of Health. Because they know I will ask them some questions that they will not be able to bullshit anybody into giving up. Because when I go forward with facts. I don't go forward with innuendo. I don't go forward with assumptions. I can support the things I say because I have the empirical data to support it. And that's one of the things about Sense and Sensibility and this particular media house. We could stand for the truth. You may not like it. And like my co-hosts and I sometimes, you're getting into a quarrel. And some of you have beaten me up and said, you are someone. Let me make it abundantly clear to you. We have no opposition between both of us. We have a clear understanding. And to you, the public who have the belief that I was in any way disrespectful to her, I apologize to you. I apologize to you. And if you didn't hear that and you were still in the bridge, I apologize to you. I am not going to do this again. The president, under a section, because there was a big issue, I have no respect for the president. None. The president, as far as I am concerned, is an oxymoron and is not fitting for the office that she holds. But you see, when you are somebody that you have to sing for your supper, at the end of it all, you've got no choice. Because you're going to have to stoop every time they tell you. So today, let me engage by saying to you, this is one of Andy Williams' famous comments. And while I have my issues, I will say that Andy, as a single person, took the initiative after Ruby launched this provision about pushback, for which I give her full credit. And Andy took the charge. Andy Pitbull Williams was the man that was going out there, giving them a long apology. What a lot of people can do. Pitbull communicated and shared with you passionately a lot of things that he felt deep down in his heart because of his own experience where he used to live in a PLN constituency. So Andy's famous comment is, the minority will have its say, the majority will have its say.
And the same guy that dragged me after the and said, who is nobody, who is nobody? Trying to infuse a set of rubbish. As I make all the pull back and I make all the going Maracas and everything. Why don't you understand that is what democracy is all about? If the majority of the people tell me go left, I will go left. If the majority of the people tell me go right, I'll go right. Because that is democracy. Now if you don't have an acceptance of that, then you're in the wrong country. You need to go to a country that is communist. So that when a man tells you go left, you say, yes, sir, yes, sir. In this country, we have failed to respect our democratic principles. And that is why there are two things I am doing. I'm writing to the Prime Minister and the President, and I'm saying to them, I want you to change a line in the national anthem. I want the line that says, where every creed and race finds an equal place, to be replaced to where every national finds an equal place. So, where every creed and race finds an equal place. I am saying, where every national finds an equal place. And the God bless our nation. The person racing there is dead and gone. We can't hold him to account. But should we have to continue to live with that error? It's an error. That is like schools that are named Edinburgh High School. And we have so many high-powered quality people that we should assess in teaching. Why not do that? I have just written also to the corporations, all of them, and suggested from this independence, they should go on a street program renaming of the streets. To pay recognition to some of the people. Whether it's Sundar or whether it's George Bailey. The point is it is time, because if you to get a national award in this country, and the Prime Minister is an oxymoron, they'll never get it. It's not a national award. And they have never given it to me. I have more place than many people have national awards. But I deserve that. I work for that. I belong something in this country called the Kiskini Caravan. Those of you who are 40 and older will know it. And if you're 40 and you're younger, you'll know it. Bishop Carl, the dancer, Bishop Carl. Hey! You understand? That is me. You understand? So in the end, that is me. Not me alone, me and my team. You can't build nothing without a team. You need a team in order to succeed. No individual has the ability to carry anything to the final point. You have people that play like it's a relay. If you have a bigger team, I think only 4 by 400 meters. Depending on in their heart and looks. What do you mean for it? How much more people will represent this country's interests? So, I'm saying to you, and I want you to state after me, no gas hike. No gas hike. No property tax. No property tax. But in order for that to happen, we have to join forces, and the next time that we make a move or that I have done, I have done it because I have been. We are going to take Pakistan. We are going to be
another 600,000 people today. Don't make that difference. Don't take your money. A woman by the name of Ponetti, who is an ethics professor in Canada, she says 10% of the population will make the difference. Are you ready to become the noisy 10% of everything can be done tomorrow. But you need your mind. We are not from the wrong. We need to go to small quantum. Start to get your people ready. We get to be announced and not everyone of us. Do not get appointed like you disappointed me yesterday. Because if you disappointed, once a fool, twice a fool, never again to be a fool. I am asking those of you who call the radio station, including the popular ones, effective immediately. Please stop making nasty comments about other people who are on the radio station. We must just start to show respect in order to earn respect. Let more FM be the guiding principle. 3 different religious persuasions are celebrating in this period right now. The Muslims with Eid, the Hindus with their own Kanyani, and the Christians with Easter. In my 69 years of life on youth service, I have never experienced those 3 things coming together in one time. This is what they call cosmic intervention. And anyway, when I realized about 45 minutes ago, the black cloud passed. But let me tell you something. When that black cloud was passing, I prayed to Almighty God for that black cloud to go. And I want to tell you something. God is our gracious God, and He listens to those that want to that rain would have been if they didn't have religious intervention. And I say God, because God is across all platforms of religion. There is only one God. He may be respected just like there's only one tribute King Begonian. And that one King Begonian is either Indian, an African, a Chinese, a Syrian, a white man, or a mulatto. That is only one God. I today thank God for a blessed day. I thank God for all of you who have taken the opportunity to come here and listen to the speakers. And I call upon you, because the sign above this says something. What does it say? No. Let's get serious. What does the sign above this tent say? And look at it. Freedom! I want to hear it. I want to hear it. And so I can hear it. Yes, no property tax. And let me just inform you that we are living in an era, what is called a pandemic of compliance. We are living in what is called a pandemic of compliance. We have unfortunately complied. On the screen, whom do you see here? You're supposed to see 2 people. The great Bob Marley and 2 Jamaican prime ministers. It didn't come to pass as Bob Marley wanted, but the reality is he planted the seed and he told them it is time to unite or you will perish.
Trinidad and Tobago got 2 warnings before. 1717, 2. And the 2 Tobago seats joined and gave the UNC the power to run the country. 1818 not. It gave both parties. And I went personally, and spoke with Bastille Pandey and Patrick Manning on the night the announcement was made. My words to both Patrick and Bastille, all you come together for the betterment of this country. But anyway, everybody wants to show off. Everybody wants to prove that there is the bigger dick in town. But let me tell you something. That one small head, no matter how big it is, if you don't know how to use it, you will be abusing yourself. You can have a partner that shoots at you because you believe they're delivering qualitative service when you only happen to be giving the person quantitative pain. We don't have a bunch of people here. Sorry, I already saw some children, I apologize. You have to become a noisy 10%. We are heading next to Port of Spain on a risky way. It's about the dancing to the story. Nothing is not weird. Let's start carrying up one another. Don't try and continue. Let us stop this nasty mountain and 4.7 all of the boats are going to be shifted. If we get on their nasty boat, cost it a hell of that is right. We don't want to run or build a nasty country. We want to build a loving, compassionate country. And this is where it starts. It starts with you and ends with our team. And if we accept rubbish, then that is what we do. Mikey had some choice words, and I want to end with those. By the people, and with the people. That is 7147. And this is not a political movement. This is not a jab or backs movement, because the people at this station are pro-choice. You want to take it? Take it. You don't understand it? We're happy with you. But you see, because certain people in this listenership painted a picture that Robert Ama is an abuser. I see my co-host right here. So if you believe I'm an abuser, accept. Because at the end of the day, a difference of opinion is not abuse. A difference of opinion is a difference of opinion. We are fighting for a better Trinidad and Tobago. I stand ready to lead the charge. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? We will give you a gift. When we give you a gift, we will have a chance. Because once bitten, twice shy. You only have to get the second one. Trinidad and Tobago, the way forward is to get whoever is there until we get them out. To mandate them to introduce into this constitution referendum. Referendum get USA. This constitution gives you nothing but to take the minority to make decisions for the majority based on the colonial system, which is past the post system, who win the majority of the seat, take charge of running the country. That has to stop by you demanding of the 41. We want referendum in the country. So I am calling on you as we end today, and I say thank you to the Almighty and thank you to all of you. There is no revolution that can take place in Canada today unless it is a revolution of the mind. Emancipate yourself, Bob Marley said. As far as I'm concerned, you damn right. You just start paying attention to that lyric. Let me hear it before we go. No genocide. No property tax. Rowdy must go. People.
Almost there, hold tight. Almost there. We cannot have this function out of us, allowing people to come and address the people. Yes, that's right. So please, young people, you put your hands together for the man himself. Andy, listen.
For those who left already and those who remain here for coming out. Keep the faith, keep the fight, keep that passion. Like it's so like you give up and this and that, and then at the end of the day, the man is a true patriot, and he's only wants that we need to do all of this that we do it here. Because we need now for everyone to unite. And I think that's a very good speech. Very good speech. Gary Aboud, very good speech. Michael Anisette, Mr. Hamilton, Edward Moody, and many of the people that come to the platform here. Mikey K did a very great show in the whole thing. And talking to people cannot get involved. Leonard Smith, his language didn't, that was the big movement. That was the big shot. Right, so we still have everything to each and every one of you. Right? Ruby Jam and many other people that was up here and made those great speeches and talked to you all did well. My speech to you all today is just, and this will come from the heart, and I know each and every one of you will feel it the same way. Yes, when somebody said, why you're driving there, you Your drone will drop a little bit. If I get checking, let me say 10, 15, 20,000 people. I don't know. I don't know. Do not let your heart be troubled. When you're fighting a fight, you have to fight a good fight. So let's discuss on HP. Many people want to see me in person with I don't play this on a chance to expect a big trio. Man, and nicely see how it's with a big voice that plays from the radio and what's right up to the table. And I'm happy that we are being accommodated by the local man as the only mainstream media, mainstream radio station, the fight of the value threat, whatever the electors that they send, they keep exploring. So I came to be a little despondent. But I know that I want you to not be true as we say, and in this, I'm just a few people get there. And then find this and not moving is hurt usually people that serious. And not because they are people that are not here. Everything that you're not serious. You're waiting for the right guys. And you're everything. But so you can stop us to pray for execution. Not here. Not time. And this year, until we from Gabriel Pool to conservative and the things because we need unity. This is a dream. And in every dream, we also must organize and pursue with our dreams. Once a year for one thing. Once a year for the right thing. Once a year know what's going on. From all activists to all radio talk show hosts, to all TV talk show hosts, to all union leaders, to all radio station owners, to all the businessmen. Everybody knows what it is we people can activate going through. Unity that lead yourself. Each and every one of you see yourselves. Let's be clear today in the next 3 years. Is it that the public servants will get better earnings than the 2015 salary that is working on? And the 19 coming, we're going to have a raising in gas, which will automatically get only more than substances, than transportation. Please. Please, do not be despondent. Do not give up. When a number of people begin here, telling a friend, a family, and everyone, why not be big day? We think Monday to Friday, no weekend. It has to be the bottom. That you also give this commitment to yourselves, to your livelihood, to your children, to your grandchildren, to your great-grandchildren, that we lack hope. Give them hope. Listen out. You need to be unity, Christ, and death. Everyone they talk about from the everybody gonna announce it. And when that day reach and that announcement come out, please. For the same here, Jesus. Don't give up. Everything is don't give up. Someone actually stepping up. And today we sending the message to all insanity that governs us, that we we stand divided we fall. Religion, because I've seen every race, I've seen every religion, I've seen people with all race, all religion, coming back in by the cash up. I've seen people and hearing and listening to people, all race, all religion, they have no school open back, transportation going on the race, they have no money. Some people have 5 children, for God's sake. One time I be able to $40, $30 a day. And if you have 5, and I'm still working at minimum wage, the people start, they be paying rent too. And the paying rent, they still have the long-term living purpose. Right? So that is some key messages to each and every one of you. And I'm glad that I get the opportunity to give each and every one of you from the unions to every one of you that come here. The thanks. And that hope, that venom, that done for the right thing. There is BNP, there is ILP, there is ABDEFT. All have to work for us. And it's only one way is if we have that will. And I will leave you with that will. The will, find our will. The will to get to work. The will to teach the kids. The will to for education. The will for vocation. The will to serve your various wishes is one God. Nothing. And so long as you do, I am going to take each and every one of you will never be wrong. We will get a government we deserve. We will get a country we deserve. We will get a better Trinidad and Tobago. So again, these days, as each and every one of you parliament, we feel that love to help the rich people to get transport to go back, right? I'll put that in place before you leave. Thanks so much for each and every one of you coming out and look down, look up, and then get your phones ready, get social media ready, call the radio stations, call the television programs, everybody, that big for Palestine, announce. Leave the Palestine. All family members must go to Palestine. All businesses must be heard when you go to Palestine. They must recognize a fighter, Omar Abdul. I just want to get a speak, and it's like every minute, when in school, when in school, I said, hey, boy, I said, that's alive. Yeah, very poor. I like that. And many of these activists that are working, we, on the ground report, we on 104.7 more FM, spreading it, are willing to work with any group individual coming together for a better Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Alexander, PDP man, whoever we willing to look with anybody that's willing to stand for country. The only way we have a problem with working with anybody. I never say a trust everybody, but we have to work with everybody. Unity is strength. Okay? So, man, the message present again to Postman, his family, and every one of you that come out. Thanks so much again. I'm going to be a little shy. So look out first. For me, Tuesday morning, please God, the people, Mickey, legislate, Ruby Jam, everybody, and everywhere, we are out of here. These people will never trust.
Sure, for those of you who need to customize, I'm getting a big man, please. I'm so man. Again, I want to thank so many of you for coming out today. Very appreciate that. All the speakers, everyone who had participated. We want to thank the Borough Corporation for the assistance, thank the members of the TTPS, and of course, folks, please clean up your area. It's very important. We want to leave this area as clean, just as we live. So please clean up the area. And as Andy said, it is all about water scale. And we do have some clips to show. Those of you who are still there, so until we are out of here.
Subsidy on super gas, users, and subsidy on diesel, how much is the system? It's the true cost premium facility is $4.73. I as a new something is not paying $5 in the place of the gas. So we offer the productions and the ISAS data. Yes. We should be a natural basis. And we increase the voltage by any subsidy. Increase the price of student subsidy. Until we say the I saw the specification that so basically all of the solution and the significance created. To keep the process of dialogue, especially cases will take immediate effect. The price of saline will increase by 15% to 3,058 cents per liter. The price of diesel will be increased by 15% to $10 per liter. When speaking of current oil prices, both premium and super gasoline will remain unsubsidized. However, at the budgeted oil price of 2017, the break-even price of diesel is $3 per liter. It is proposed, therefore, to continue the incremental removal of the fuel subsidy and to increase the price of diesel by 15%. Accordingly, the new price of diesel fuel will now be $2.30 per liter, up from $1.98 per liter. This measure will take effect immediately. Madam Speaker, the adjustment to this subsidy has an increase in the gross margin will increase the price of super gasoline from $3.58 per liter to $3.97 per liter, and the price of diesel from $2.30 per liter to $2.41 per liter. These measures will be implemented with immediate effect. At this stage, I propose to increase additionally the cost of super gasoline from $3.97 per liter to $3.37 per liter. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah. Well, people, we have come to the end. It is was a marvelous one. Yeah. It was a marvelous one. And I can tell you, people had a fun. Okay. And people don't want to leave, but we have to. So, see you tonight on the corridor transformation, where we will, of course, have more fun, and we'll do an evaluation of what transpired today. So, have a good one. God bless. Bye-bye. Yeah. Sunday. Yeah. There you go. Come on, get on this thing, boy. Dark skin. Yeah, I'm the right one to think that. I do. A happy group. Yeah, I was to do something different because they give me 10 minutes. That I spend it usefully. Yeah. I make use of a 10 minutes, man. They give me 10 minutes to talk a lot of shit. That means I'm going through that. Yeah, I come with something different. Going in fucking crowd and deal with that. You got easy? Yeah.
You get video?
Yeah. You get from them, and I think that Andy and them would have fed from this. I had that playing all the while. So you see how it works out.
Come on. They're passing you. I know an idea. Going to press it. Come on. Yeah.
Of course, Cameroon. Yes.
I want that thing before it
Let's see.
Wallet.
Good.
Wallet.
Yeah, we can come on. Come.
Oh, what's that? Get out of here.
Well, that's all. Right? Don't talk. Yes. Especially now, we under pressure. It's a lot of now. Yeah? I bet you give me ball.
There must have been all the people. I think I'm flat. There's only fake ones.
No, but the others who are saying it's a snake across the dictionary, and he made a day, they get lovely. I mean, and that is a new breath of fresh air. So there are those who may be frustrated. Well, of course, you can listen to Andy. Yeah, I do that. I do that stretching to the point where you say, okay, with this, he's saying, but what are you going to do? That's how it is. You know, my job is to reach the 3%, the 30% that is undecided. The doctors and the lawyers and so on. That's where my job is.
I love that. Is that?
Yeah, so he doesn't say you go bite up your tongue, this and that. And I go, so well, Andy, go ahead now, because he goes, say, well, let us just take too long to say something. But if I say exacerbation, he goes, say, well, you know, there's extend the thing, there's extend the thing, and then of course there's go to pants and shirt and so on. And he don't know he's talking longer than me. He don't know he's talking longer than me. I just want word to come out and that he goes straight up and said, I don't know. It's he who's talking longer than me, but say what, I accept that.
That's really bad. You said, look at that.
Yes.
And it's very popular. And because we have to go into this month. And then you gotta talk.
Yeah, he's like that. Yeah, because he feel this is a competition and he must win. Therefore, he must have the last word. And I just now. You notice sometimes after I finish talk, I just cut off. The people would feel that I'm not there, but they listen to him until he tired and say, help me with this one, or you remember this, and then I come back on and say something, and then I leave it. So some people get back, they say, but this constant, this, that. How is can be dominating the talk and so on, so. But it's important to get the perspective of people like that who could relate to a certain section of the society. And I think, and I understand that. Well, you know where I come from, so I know. So I would leave that fester up there. Yeah. Well, the nice thing about social media, the nice thing about social media, and that why no? If I use a word, it will always be there, so you can go back and check it because you can always play it over.
It's the same word.
Yeah, you see, you can always play it over, and so that's why I know. So therefore, a person who may feel that they don't know a word. You want to, I write a letter to the immigration on a particular matter. They say, well, listen, the reason why we didn't want to give you this thing, so because there's a word that you use that we had to go check. I would expect your response with alacrity. They say, well, I never hear that word used that way yet, so we had to go check. I said, guys, what keep back on here? But let me show you something. The reason for that is very simple. You will hear how Alwari, this fellow Hines, and even the Prime Minister speaks. They speak in that way, so as to bamboozle people. You see, and therefore, my job is to make them know that there are people who are equally capable of using those semantics, they call it, and therefore don't feel you're right. And that is why when I tell you he's a rapist and so on, you can't tell me nothing. And today I call him a rapist without saying he's a rapist. I say salacious. I know. I said, I will say today. I said, salacious and licentious behavior. I said, I'm going to say he's a rapist. Yeah, I know everybody expected that. Is that the laugh? Yeah. Every night I was calling my rapist. No, nasty man. But you're ridiculous. And will get us in trouble. You never in trouble, yeah. And you put the disclaimer one day. Of course, and if he ought too short, well, boy, call him back and say, well, I'll call for. But it's a real joy to really interact with people in that way.
That is the biggest just goes out into water.
What? That road? Yeah, that going straight down the road. Yeah, so that there's a big daughter. And I know you. Of course, yeah, just like the face and change much.
Yes.
But there's a man I want to talk to about. Where is? And here?
People inside already. So you'll be ready if I said it. Michael, you have to get attention here.
Michael?
How am I going to do that? Everything came back. You don't have
I will look to Michael. Michael, my boy.
Right, you
Take it out.
right, you fast.
Yeah.
379
240.
I got the paper very well, Santana.
240. Yeah. 379 240. So, and you had another daughter, right? Sorry. Vanessa, right? Oh, she's on the Oh, she is. She doesn't get close to the dictionary. And there's a dictionary on the dictionary that you could use to download. You can download it. You can download a dictionary. That will help you out even up there. She was talking to them Yankees and them in language that they don't know. Yeah. No, they could say, well, look, I'm good company. Yeah, I tell him for that idea. Yeah, okay. He didn't want me to go. I went to help somebody with self-help now. So he didn't want me to go upstairs as security, but I said, well, you remind me of Farmer Oak Dog. Right? She said, I saying you up there, I ain't saying you up. I said, but what I say wrong? I said that dog was a very kind dog and so on and so on. And then he said no. You know, Farmer Oak Dog was a dog that Farmer Oak had to shoot because he sent all the man's sheep over a cliff. And you had to kill him. I just tell you, all people feel offended because they believe that you should kill him up.
Excuse. We can get up the closest place out of here. Me and my...
No, I have enough.
You have enough?
I'm coming to wagon, I come with car.
The green wagon, then I know they drive the same thing.
No, not the green wagon. I left the only left-hand car.
Your wife come and your son come?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Where?
My daughter. They.
Oh, I didn't see them to give me. But I got to quite down when I can't get to go all the road. So very close I can get about. We could get some.
You talk to Andy? Ask Andy. Just a walk. Watch me. You just turn right here. And you go down the road and you're out here.
We're on foot, you know. Remember, we're on foot and we have a...
Yeah, but there's no shorter way.
So, and...
There's no shorter way.
Don't have nobody. How you going to be